Are we on? Okay, it appears we're back on the record. Mr. Overstreet, are you...
Morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning. Do you have Kentucky Power's next witness available and ready to testify?
Yes, sir. We're ready to go. Before we started, I was wondering whether we had a hard stop for this evening.
Well, we're going to, I guess if we get through Kentucky Power's witnesses, yeah, there's no reason why we can't stop at 5 o'clock. We're not going to finish, I don't think. Maybe we will. If we get close, if we get down to 1 or 2 witnesses at 5 o'clock, we may keep going.
Okay.
Unless somebody has a commitment. I mean, if you had any of the attorneys or witnesses or parties have a problem or a commitment or something, I mean, we've got Monday scheduled if necessary, so that it won't be a problem. I don't want to put anybody to a lot of inconvenience over it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We would call Everett G. Phillips.
Okay. Mr. Phillips, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Counsel, you may
Mr.
ask.
Phillips, if you'll lean forward and speak into the microphone, please. I do. Mr. Phillips, would you please state your name, position, and business address?
Everett G. Phillips, 1645 Winchester Avenue, Ashland, Kentucky, 41101.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Kentucky Power Company, as Vice President, Distribution Region Operations.
And Mr. Phillips, did you cause to be filed in the record of this proceeding direct testimony and responses to data requests?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any corrections or updates to your testimony or data request responses?
No.
And if you were asked those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Your Honor, the witness is available.
Okay. Ms. Vinsel, cross-examination.
Yes, one
Well,
moment,
we have
please.
feedback. We need to...
Can you turn off your computer speaker, please? One moment.
We have to wait a second to see if we can fix our audio.
You might want to put on the mask.
And then I need to check your go to meeting. No, it's not. Okay, and then your go to meeting. No, sure, and it looks like you're muted.
Does that solve the problem, then? It's still, we still have the same issue.
Okay, let me get out together and I will start. I'm very sorry.
Let's try again. I think we've resolved it.
Okay. All right, let's just try, see what we could do. Ms. Mansell, cross-examination?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Phillips. How are you today?
Good morning.
I have just a few questions for you, and they're in regard to vegetation management. We're aware that Kentucky Power and several other utilities in your area have an increasing issue with what's called hazard trees. And is it correct, these are trees that are outside of a utility's right-of-way, but still either do or can create outage situations? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. What we call a hazard tree or a danger tree are trees that either are leaning toward the line or are diseased in some manner. We're seeing a lot of root rot disease with our oak trees. The emerald ash borer beetle has killed most of the ash trees in Kentucky. And so other pathogens are killing those trees. As one example, we've had some big old oak trees. You know, oak trees are one of your healthiest trees that are out there and have a healthy root system. But for some reason, it may be possibly because we've received above average rainfall over the last several years that is causing the roots to rot. So that big oak tree falls over, and at the butt, it's just a ball. The roots are still in the ground, and the butt of the tree has basically broken away from the roots. It's kind of an eerie feeling when you walk up to one of those. It's very unusual. But unfortunately, in the steep terrain, we are experiencing more of that type of situation.
I will say that I had I consider it great good fortune to spend about a week in September in an area that was in Kentucky Power Service territory and abutted it, and got to experience firsthand the issues that you're talking about. So those are vivid memories.
Well, good. I hope you had a good time.
I had a wonderful time, beautiful area.
Nothing like a little root rot to, stimulate your day.
That's right, Your Honor.
There are a couple issues that I want to get to with hazard trees in particular. Intuitively, for people, again, I think if you don't see the terrain, sometimes it's hard to imagine why a hazard tree has become such an issue once the trees in the right-of-way are dealt with. And can you walk me through, is there any correlation between clearing out trees in the right-of-way and then hazard trees increasing an issue? Or is it just both trees in the right-of-way and hazard trees would have been an increasing issue no matter what?
When we first started our program back in 2010, the right-of-way was grown up within the power line. So we first had to remove those. Once the right-of-way is established, which it is now, we're into our 5-year cycle. We're into that program. So the trees within the right-of-way are being cut and removed, within a 5-year period. Well, what that allows, though, once that right-of-way is cleared, then the trees on the edge of the right-of-way or just outside the right-of-way in a forested area, heavy forested area, those trees then, especially the young trees, they reach for that sunlight. Well, there's sunlight in the right-of-way versus in the forest. So, subject to check, but I believe I had mentioned that in one of my previous testimonies in one of the previous rate cases, that we would potentially see that effect as we establish the right-of-way. We would see an increase in outside the right-of-way issues. And lo and behold, that is happening for us.
This is almost a complex question. I want to make sure I break it down. In terms of costs for hazard trees, no, let me back up. The trees in the right-of-way, would Kentucky Power always, when they take down a tree, would they always clear the tree out of the right-of-way? Or could they leave the tree in the right-of-way, again, depending on the location?
Yes, it depends on the location. If it's in a maintained area, when we're clearing the right of way, if it's in a maintained area, we remove the tree and the brush. If it's an unmaintained area, if it's going across the hillside in the forest, we'll leave it lay. We put it at the edge of the right of way so that we can still walk through, but we do leave the tree and the brush in an unmaintained area.
And that raises the issue then, I mean, by definition, hazard trees are outside of the right-of-way, so they're on private property or property belonging to someone else. Is it your experience that more often the clear trees, hazard trees have to be removed rather than placed strategically but left there on the property?
When we use the term remove, that means we have cut it down. It doesn't necessarily mean that we have removed it from the property. It just means we have cut it down.
So what term do you use to indicate that the tree has been cut up and taken off of the property?
That's usually term removing the debris.
Okay.
And so some customers request us to remove that debris. Some will permit us to leave it. So we work with each individual customer.
Okay. And my last question really has to go to the cost. I would think if you have to remove the debris, that's an increased cost. But also, given the terrain of Kentucky Power, do you have issues where your crews have to remove the debris, but because of the terrain, perhaps cannot get in the trucks they need to do it?
In a lot of our locations, it is manual work, both to trim, cut, and remove the tree and remove the debris. It is a manual process. But if a customer requests us to remove it, and it's in a maintained area, we remove it. If it's in an unmaintained area, we work with the customer, but ultimately, if they want it removed, we remove it.
Thank you. You answered all my questions.
Cross-examination by Office of Attorney General.
Your Honor, the AG has no questions of this witness.
Ms. Grundman, questions? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Kurtz, you're next in line. I lost my order here. Any questions?
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Grundman, any questions by you or co-counsel?
Just very briefly, my co-counsel is napping. He said he wanted to be prepared for Mr. Vaughn's testimony later today. Good morning, Mr. Phillips. How are you?
Good morning, just fine, thank you.
I just want to understand a little bit. A couple of witnesses for the company have offered testimony on the rider that you're proposing to recover AMI costs. Can you sort of break down for me specifically the context in which you provided testimony on that issue?
Yes, the GMR, the grid modernization rider, would benefit our customers because it would allow us to do additional reliability projects, improve the grid, if you will, with the smart grid technologies of today, and which AMI is one of those technologies. The challenge that we have with in distribution is with the limited amount of capital that we have and the fact that Kentucky Power service territory is experiencing little to no load growth. We don't have the opportunity to many capacity-driven projects that helps upgrade the facilities as you're increasing your revenue. So without that increase in revenue, we need a way to make sure that we have capital available to do distribution projects and not have to compete internally with generation and transmission projects, which is what we have to do today.
I'm sorry, I apologize. I think I asked a poor question. I believe that Mr. Bond and certainly Mr. West both offer testimony on this rider, correct?
That's correct.
And I'm just trying to understand what aspect, like why did you offer testimony on that piece? What about your role within the company makes you an appropriate witness to offer testimony on it? I'm just trying to understand whether my questions are best directed to you or some of the other witnesses offering testimony on this subject.
The reason that I introduced the GMR in my testimony was because I'm the one that requested the company to develop a mechanism that we could be able to add additional capital without reducing my current spend for reliability projects which benefit our customers today. So we have a growing need to enhance our grid, our distribution grid, and I want to be able to do that in the most low-cost manner possible, and this GMR would afford us that ability to do so.
And when you say in the most low-cost manner possible, do you mean that from the perspective of the company or from the company's customers?
I think that's one and the same. Everything we do is for the customers. So everything we do, we try to do it in the most efficient manner and the lowest cost possible. Every time we purchase equipment, we go through a procurement process to make sure that we're buying the best equipment available at the lowest cost possible.
Well, but so I guess obviously there's two ways that you could recover costs for AMI, right? You could come in on a base rate case and seek to recover the costs that you incurred, or as you have proposed here, you could have a rider that allows you to recover the costs as you spend them. Is that fair?
That's correct.
And so in a base rate case, the commission would be entitled to look at all costs and savings that may have occurred in the period when the monies were spent, in terms of allowing you to recover those in future rates from customers, correct?
That's correct. With the GMR, it actually would give the commission, it gives the commission more transparency and the ability to review our projects, what's within the GMR, and because we're willing to provide reports and any data that they would need to review that, and so I feel it actually gives the commission more opportunity to scrutinize those projects.
But essentially what you're asking the commission to do here is to approve a future spend of money based upon estimates that are being provided now. Is that correct?
That is correct, much like our vegetation plan has done over the last 10 years. This would be in a very similar fashion. We would report out on an annual basis of our spend, and all true-ups would occur, which is in Mr. West's testimony. He could speak more to that, but that's how that would work.
And just out of curiosity, do you have any position on, does the company have a position on, well, let me rephrase this. You have proposed the GMR as an ongoing mechanism for future grid modernization projects, correct?
That is correct.
So other than the AMI, you're not proposing any specific future projects at this time?
Not at this time, that's correct.
And so I assume that the company would not be opposed if all the commission were to approve would be AMI as the sole project that could be recovered through the GMR. Is that correct?
The first project that we need approved is the AMI. So if the commission was wanting to do that, I would refer that to Witness West to verify. But from an operations perspective, we need AMI first.
Well, so I think you're saying that the company's position on whether or not it would be okay with an approval of a mechanism that only permitted you to recover AMI and did not open the door for future projects, that the person to answer the question about the company's position on that is Company Witness West?
That is correct.
Okay, no further questions.
Mr. Spinard? Mr. Strobo?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Sia has no questions.
Mr. Fitzgerald, questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Phillips, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. You're listed as testifying concerning Kentucky's Power's smart grid investments and overview of investments to be recovered through the proposed grid modernization rider. Mr. Vaughn and Mr. West are also listed concerning the GMR. Is it to you or to one of them that I should direct questions, following up on Ms. Grundmann's questions, concerning the use of a GMR to recover costs and profits for the incremental deployment of AMI, rather than the more traditional cost recovery through a base rate case? Are those questions for you, or should I ask Mr. Vaughn or Mr. West?
If you're asking about the mechanism or how the GMR will work or how the revenue requirements would work, that would be either Witness West or Witness Vaughn.
Okay. If you're not comfortable answering this, I just have a couple other questions. What is the impact? You say that the GMR is a benefit to the company and to the customers, and they are one and the same. The reality is, though, that when you are accelerating the cost recovery, is that not an adverse rate impact to the customers? They're paying more quickly than they would if it were spread out over the useful life of the asset?
Could you repeat the question and make sure before I,
Sure.
maybe better for Witness West, but.
Okay, well, my question was, what is the rate impact on ratepayers from the use of the rider relative to spreading the recovery of the costs of deployment over the useful life of the assets?
Witness West or Witness Vaughn would be better. Any rate impact, that they're the experts on that.
Okay, well, I will save those questions, and that's what I needed to know, Mr. Phillips. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I am all finished.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Miller or Mr. Childers, Sierra Club?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everybody. Sierra Club has no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Mr. Fry, any questions?
No, Mr. Chairman, not at this time.
Vice Chairman Chandler, questions?
I have no questions. Thank you, Chairman.
Dr. Matthews, questions?
I have no questions.
Okay, Mr. Overstreet, any redirect?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Phillips, you may step down. Thank you.
Here.
Are you ready to call your next witness, Mr. Overstreet?
Yes, Your Honor, that would be Mr. Blankenship, and as soon as we sanitize, he's in the chute and ready to go.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Blend, are we ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank
Good morning.
Mr. Blankenship, will you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Blend, you may ask.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Stephen Blankenship, 12333 Kevin Avenue, Ashland, Kentucky, 41102.
Thank you. By whom are you employed and in what position?
Kentucky Power Company as the Region Support Manager.
Did you cause to be filed in this case direct testimony, rebuttal testimony, and responses to data requests?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to any of those documents at this time?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions contained in those documents today, would your answers be substantially the same?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Ms. Mansell, cross-examination.
Thank you, Chairman. Staff has no questions for Mr. Blankenship.
Okay. Mr. Cook, or Office of Attorney General, any questions?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Blankenship. Have a few questions for you today. In this case, it's true, isn't it, that the company did not provide a cost-benefit analysis regarding the proposed AMI deployment. Isn't that correct?
The company did not provide a cost-benefit analysis because it did not think it was necessary. The alternatives in this case are relatively simple. It's due to the obsolescence of our AMR system, our lack of vendor support, and the fact that 75% of our meters are at the end of their useful life. Based on this fact, it was not deemed necessary to spend money to hire a consultant to get an analysis that would not provide any meaningful information from what we already know.
And if I understand correctly, to date, the company has only identified mere categories of potential savings that could result from the project. Isn't that correct?
Could you describe, as far as mere savings, describe what you're...
Well, benefits to ratepayers, savings for ratepayers.
We've identified several customer benefits that would come along with transition from AMR to AMI. First of all, it would empower customers with information. They would go from 12 data points or 12 readings per year to over 35,000. This would put them in charge of their electric usage. They would also at that point also be able to get high bill alerts. The option of flex pay. We'll be able to remotely connect and disconnect meters. In addition to that, we're looking into, one of our affiliate companies is looking at sharing a portion of our communication network, where we'll be able to have other utilities, or water utilities, use a portion of our network that would offset some of the expenses. We're going to look at that aggressively as well in Kentucky. And also they would be multiple, as company witness Madison discussed earlier, with our outage notifications. Currently, a customer, when their power was out, they have to call us to let us know the power is out at that point. With AMI, we will know basically instantly as soon as the power is out. At that point, that would expedite the restoration service. I would say there's many customer benefits associated with AMI.
Okay. And isn't it true that the company's existing meters, that there are spare parts available for them?
There are meters within the affiliate companies, but what you have to understand with this portion is that our affiliate companies are in various phases of their AMI deployments, and they are still using these same AMR meters. So we're basically in competition for these meters. At that point, anything that we may receive from one of our affiliate companies would be the same obsolete end-of-use life meters that we currently have on our system now.
Okay. if hypothetically the commission were to deny your application for AMI deployment in this case and without prejudice, and if the company decided to refile for a CPCN for AMI deployment with a cost-benefit analysis, isn't, first of all, that is something the company could do, isn't it?
I think regardless of what happens in this case, as witness Madison described earlier in his testimony, we are at a fork in the road with our metering program in Kentucky Power. Literally, one goes right over a cliff. Today, we have an obligation to provide service to our customers. Today, I can guarantee that to you. A year from now, if we keep going the way failure rates that we have now, I won't be able to guarantee that. So we will have to do something.
Okay. And so if I understand your testimony correctly, instead of providing the cost-benefit analysis that focused specifically on Kentucky Power's service territory, the company instead has presented this commission with generalized studies touting AMI benefits and customer satisfaction surveys. Isn't that correct?
No, sir. What we've tried to provide here is the facts of the dire straits that we're in with our meter program right now. Again, I can't stress enough that due to the obsolescence of this AMR system, the meters that we use are no longer being manufactured. And when you couple that with the fact, again, I'll repeat this again for the record, is that 75% of our meters are at the end of their useful life. And currently we're experiencing higher than normal failure rates, and we expect that to grow exponentially as they get older.
Okay. Do the other AEP operating company affiliates that have gone with AMI, do they all use the same meter manufacturer and model?
Are we discussing AMI or AMR?
AMI.
Currently within the AEP system, there is 2 vendors. The majority of them use one. There is our affiliate in Texas as a separate company or vendor that they use.
So the family of companies do not all use the same type of equipment, and does that include also the communications network and computer backhaul equipment as well?
They all utilize a mesh communication network. They do have separate backhauls for those. Like I said, out of one of the 4 companies, or sorry, the 5 companies that have strike that, it's 4 companies. One is on one vendor. The other 4 companies are utilizing another vendor.
Okay. So if I understand you correctly, there's no centralization or standardization of these systems among all the operating companies, correct?
This is all handled from a centralized organization, if that's your question. Thank you for your...
Has the service company or any affiliate ever done any studies to determine whether cost savings could be achieved by standardizing or sharing the same AMI computer backhaul systems?
I'm not aware of a study.
Okay. So it sounds like there's duplication between the AEP operating companies. Is that correct?
As far as duplication, the networks themselves operate similarly. There's still a mesh-based network, and it will still come back into the head-end system. the current contract, the way I understand it, again, I can't speak to that directly for the other company, so I will.
Okay, I understand. Are you aware that Duke Energy procured a large pool of standardized AMI metering infrastructure for its operating companies to use, thus driving down the per meter costs?
I'm not aware of Duke's study, no, sir.
Yeah. In your direct test, I'm
Chairman?
sorry, go ahead.
Chairman?
I would like to know
I'm sorry.
that AEP.
I'm sorry, what, can't hear what?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we can't hear distinctly. If Mr. Blankenship doesn't mind to lean forward.
Mr.
Was
Blankenship,
very loud. How about now?
There's a hearing problem here.
Thank you.
Is that better?
I think that's fine, because it's the court reporter is the one whose hearing is more important. She has to hear more clearly so she can record your testimony. So, yeah, please proceed, Mr. Cook.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. And Mr. Blankenship, if you need for me to speak up too, just let me know, okay? So I think I was asking, and I'm not sure if I caught the answer. I beg your pardon if I repeat this question. I was asking about if you were aware that Duke Energy procured a large pool of standardized AMI metering infrastructure for its operating companies to use, thus driving down the per meter cost.
I'm not aware of the Duke process, but I can attest that as far as with AEP, we're looking at the same economies of scale to try to drive for volume purchasing.
Okay. In your direct testimony, as you mentioned, you discussed the benefits of AMI metering, right?
That is correct.
And in your rebuttal, however, you state that many of those benefits have already been achieved by AMR metering. Isn't that true?
I believe I stated that a portion of the benefits have already been accomplished with AMR metering. There were certain unquantifiable benefits that I couldn't put a price tag on or a cost to, such as customer satisfaction with, if I'm able to provide a customer with the data that they can take better control of their electric usage, I can't quantify as far as what that's worth to a customer A versus customer B. But it's still a benefit that they have.
Okay. And in fact, you say the reason that the company did not perform a cost-benefit analysis is that benefits of an AMI system would not show up in such a study for that same reason. Isn't that correct?
No, I think the key to the reason, again, we did not perform a cost-benefit analysis is due to the dire need to upgrade our metering system. And right now, AMI is the standard in the industry. The only other option that we would have would go to a slightly upgraded, obsolete AMR system, which uses the SCM Plus technology. And that would be, we just deemed that was unnecessary cost that it really only has one vendor right now. And proprietary information. So it would be an undetermined amount of time that we would have to be with that system at an estimated cost of around $22 million. And we would be the only AEP company on this. We would bear all costs for this. And for an undetermined amount of time, as you say, with technology, there's advancements, it's rapid changes. This vendor could go out of business at any time at that point. Then we would have to upgrade the AMI at that point, at a cost of estimated $37 million. So we deemed it was the least cost option right now would be to go to AMI.
Chairman, that's all the questions I have at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Kurtz, cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Grunman.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Spinard or Mr. Strobo, questions?
Good morning. No questions.
Mr. Fitzgerald?
Yes, Your Honor, I do have some questions. Mr. Blankenship, can you hear me okay?
Yes, if you speak up just a little bit.
Yeah, how's this? Is that better?
A little bit, yes, sir.
Okay. Listen, in your testimony, you had a figure 3, which was the AMI meters in Kentucky. Am I reading it correctly that 88% of the Kentucky investor-owned utilities have non-AMI meters?
Just a moment, let me get to the figure 3.
Certainly, it's on page 118 of the first volume of the testimony.
I'm showing in my direct testimony, it should be page 8, figure 3.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, what was your question?
What is the overall percentage of meters in Kentucky that are non-AMI?
This was at the end of 2018. At that point, non-AMI meters total for Kentucky was 60%. It should be noted, though, that I would like to note, though, that AMI penetration with our municipalities and co-ops is at 74%.
Okay. Well, I guess my question, you indicated you're at a fork in the road, and that even though there wasn't a cost-benefit analysis, you just stated that AMI is the least cost option. We'll get back to that in a second, but I'm wondering, what are these other utilities using to meter the electricity usage by their customers if they don't have AMI? Do you know what technology is?
Is there a certain company that we're discussing?
Let's take LG and KU, for example.
I know LG, KU, I think they do have a pilot with AMI that they're going to that direction. It's my understanding that Duke, Kentucky went to AMI as well.
Yeah, let's get back to LG and KU. Yes, they asked for full deployment of AMI and it was denied, so they went with an expanded pilot program. And we'll come back to that in a second because I wanted to explore if and why not Kentucky Power has done a program. But my specific question is, for the non-AMI customers in LG and KU, or the other portion of that 60% in Kentucky that don't have AMI meters, what are they using to meter electricity?
I do not know, sir.
Okay, because you stated that you're at this crossroad and the only choice that you have is to go with the quote obsolete AMRs or to go with the AMI. And it looks to me like there must be some other options out there because people are getting bills every month based on somebody metering their usage. And so some other meters must be available for those customers.
I can't speak for Duke or LG and E&KU, whether they're using legacy meters, I don't know, but I can tell you that as far as what's being manufactured today, they cannot purchase an electromechanical meter. Our vendor is no longer available. And as far as AMR itself, just an AMR ERT meter that we use, there's only a single vendor remaining.
Okay.
I can't speak for them as far as what they're using, if they're using legacy meters.
So are the AMR meters that you are using, they are still being manufactured?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Are the AMR meters that you are using still being manufactured?
No, sir. Our current SCM platform that we have, those meters are no longer being manufactured.
Okay, but the SCM Plus are, is that correct?
There is a single vendor for that tech. It's a proprietary technology with one single vendor.
No, I understand that, but they are being manufactured, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and have you done a cost-benefit analysis of deferring AMI and replacing the meters as needed using the SCM2 for the current time and then perhaps revisiting AMI?
Well, as I stated earlier, sir, we have looked at we did look at this option. I didn't do a cost-benefit analysis, but we did an initial study looking at the SCM Plus. It would require us to replace our meters, update our meter reading equipment, and also change our head-end or the backhaul system as well. The estimated cost, again, this is an estimated cost, is around $22 million, which is roughly
That would be,
AMI deployment.
I'm sorry, that would be
I was just going to say, excuse me, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Your Honor, may Mr. Blankenship please be permitted to finish his answer to Mr. Fitzgerald's question?
Yeah, thank you. I thought he had. Go ahead, Mr. Blankenship.
Apologies, I did not mean to interrupt you, sir. I was stating that it's going to be 60% of the cost. As I stated earlier in my testimony here, that this is for an undetermined amount of time. To give you an example, in 2017, the current SCM meters that we have in our system, there was approximately 3 vendors at that time. There's none today. That's how quickly this changes. With advancements in technology, AMI is the standard within the industry. That's a simple fact. With the numbers I've provided on another figure. When you look at that, when you put this all in, start looking at this, we just did not see the point in spending on an obsolete technology that for an undetermined amount of time, that I'm going to turn around and then upgrade to AMI eventually anyway. The least cost option would be to go to AMI now.
Okay, are you finished? I don't want to interrupt you.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Is the SCM Plus technology, the slightly upgraded AMR meters, are they compatible with your existing system, or would you have to replace all of the meters in your system if you wanted that?
It's my understanding that we would have to replace our head end, and also we're looking at the vendor trying to figure out. But as of right now, we would have to upgrade our meter reading equipment, and also we'd have to run 2 platforms for a short time until we got those meters changed out. The same with AMI, basically.
Do you know what the cost would be of running the 2 platforms if you went to the SCM2 or SCM Plus and replace the meters as needed?
To run both systems in parallel? Is that what you're asking, the costs?
I guess what I'm asking is it an option to replace the meters that are failing with the SCM Plus AMR meters as needed?
It's an unviable option. Again, I go back to, we would have to upgrade our systems at that point, replace our meter reading equipment, and run parallel systems for an undetermined amount of time. Especially if I do it on a case-by-case basis in a reactive fashion, that would be an undetermined. That would cost more if I just replace meters as they fail and have to run 2 systems.
Have you costed that out relative to deployment of AMI?
We've got an estimate for the SCM Plus, which, as I discussed earlier, was $22 million. I would have to give you numbers later on for that. I do not know to run both parallel. Again, it would be hard to estimate that because I don't know how long we would do that if we do it in a reactive manner. I would have to average that out, the cost to run both platforms.
Okay, before we move on, how can you with any confidence state that going to AMI now is the least cost option if these other options have not been costed out?
Sir, as I said before, the first option, if we were to go to SCM Plus, we're estimating that in the end it'll cost our customers approximately $59 million. And I'll explain that. As I said before, to upgrade to SCM Plus, we're estimating that to be around $22 million. Again, we have to run, we have to replace our meters, our equipment. And again, this is a single vendor manufacturer that with proprietary technology, that with as advancements, as the AMR numbers keep shrinking sales, it makes up a very small percentage of their sales as well as that. So it's going to be here for an undetermined amount of time. Like I said, 3 years ago, there was 3 vendors that produced SCM meters. Today, there's none. So at that point, we will have to go to AMI eventually, because that is the industry standard. And at that point, then we would have to pay an additional $37 million.
If it's the industry standard, I'm sorry.
I was just going to state, sir, I do believe this will be the most cost option if we upgrade to SCM Plus.
You say the most cost option?
Yes, sir. It will be more expensive to our customers.
How is $22 million more costly than $59 million?
As I said, it eventually will be $59 million. This is
your test. I'm sorry.
Again, sir, I don't have a crystal ball. I can't tell you exactly when the system will go away. But based on the track records of the industry, the SCM Plus technology will not be here forever.
Your testimony is that the AMI technology is the industry standard, but is it not the case from your testimony that 60% of Kentucky's meters are not AMI?
Just a moment, please. On my direct testimony on page 7, if you look at AMI penetration in the United States, 70% of U.S. households have an AMI meter.
And I was talking about Kentucky, and I think your figure 3 shows that it's 60%?
Yes, sir. And when figure 2, if you look at the country as a whole, when manufacturers make meters, they don't look at just at Kentucky, they're looking at the country as a whole. And
in this case,
that number is
we have,
when you look at the 60% of non-AMI in Kentucky, I do not think Duke at that point had all their numbers in this. I believe that number has grown.
If we could shift a little bit, and Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to be taking so much time here. Mr. Blankenship, how are you proposing to recover the costs of deployment of the AMI infrastructure?
I'm sorry, Mr. Fitzgerald, would you mind repeating your question? There was an audio issue. It might have been on our end, and you were a little garbled.
Sure. It may just be that that's my natural state, is being a little garbled. But my question is, how are you proposing to recover the costs of the AMI infrastructure from the ratepayers?
We are proposing to use a grid modernization rider.
Okay. And over what period of time would you be recovering the $59 million?
Mr. Fitzgerald, do you mean the $37 million the company has estimated the cost of its AMI deployment to be in this case?
I'm sorry, I thought Mr. Blankenship earlier in his testimony said it was $59 million.
I believe he was referring to the cost to move to the SCM Plus AMR platform and then subsequently have to move to AMI.
Okay, so thank you for that clarification, Counsel. Mr. Blankenship, over what period of time would the company propose to recover the $37 million?
Can I just ask? Can I just ask if the witness would clarify that?
I think that what Mr. Fitzgerald in essence asked, do you understand, Mr. Blankenship, what the issue is, or what the questioners are asking? And that is, I think, to clarify the the cost if you went to a modified or a different AMR meter over a period of time, what ultimately that cost would be if you had to shift at some point to an AMI meter, and then how do you intend, I guess we're talking about the rider you suggested, I think Mr. Fitzgerald's last question was about recovery of the costs for an AMI system. So if you could maybe just try to go through that process again in some detail, it might clear it all up.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and thank you, Chairman. I just want to make sure that the witness has clarified that and set a counsel so we can have that in evidence, because that was confusing. Thank you.
Well, I think too, for Mr. Fitzgerald's benefit, there's something when Mr. Fitzgerald's video is not very good. It's like when you speak, the speech is sort of garbled, and so is the video, and it makes it difficult to. It's like I said yesterday about these old Korean movies where we can see you speaking, but there aren't any words, and then later you hear the audio. So that's the problem. It's not you, it's with the technology some way.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if it's okay with you, I'll go ahead and turn off my video and just have the audio, and hopefully that'll be a little bit better.
Well, we might check and see. Let's let the witness explain the meter issue, and then we can, if you'd like to, we can try see if the audio is better by turning off the video. But for the time being, Mr. Blankenship, if you can, go through your explanation in as much detail as possible about the meter problem, okay?
Yes, Your Honor, certainly. Just to clarify, if we were to go upgrade to SCM Plus and then subsequently go to AMI, that would be approximately $59 million. If we were to go to a full AMI deployment now, that would be the estimate that's in my testimony of $37 million. Is that?
And how would the cost, either way you do it, how do you propose to recover the cost from ratepayers?
What we proposed for AMI is the grid modernization rider to collect the $37 million over a four-year deployment.
Mr. Fitzgerald?
Okay.
Okay, you want to try?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me do this. Let me go ahead and now, is that any better?
Well, I think the audio is maybe a little better. Well, let's test it, ask the questions, and let's see.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your indulgence. Mr. Blankenship, with respect to your existing meters, are the costs of those meters fully depreciated now?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Okay,
I would have
so
to ask the witness West or Vaughn.
Okay, great. I will ask them that. Do you know whether how much the customers would pay each year of those 4 years during which you would be recovering your costs under a GMR?
No, sir. Again, you would have to speak to Mr. or company witness Vaughn.
Okay. He is our go-to guy. Hold on just a second. What's the useful life of the AMI infrastructure that's being considered?
I believe you said the useful life of the AMI infrastructure?
Yeah.
The initial estimates from the vendors, it also has a 15-year.
Okay, so 15 years is the warranted life or the useful life?
I'm sorry?
Is that the warranted? I'm sorry.
That would be the useful life, not warranted. That would be useful. So even though you can buy extended warranties on the systems, but the actual useful life would be 15 years.
Okay. Do you know, or is this a question for Mr. Vaughn, what the rate impact would be on the ratepayer if you went through the base rate case and recovered the cost of these meters in a manner that is consistent with their useful life rather than front-loading your recovery through a GMR?
I would have to defer that to company witness bond as well.
Okay.
Mr. Fitzgerald, are you still with us? Perhaps not. Mr. Fitzgerald may have been disconnected or something. We give him a minute to see if he can reconnect. Mr. Fitzgerald, you're back with us. Can you hear Mr. Fitzgerald?
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me now?
Okay, are you back on, Mr. Fitzgerald?
Yes, sorry about that. Ms. Blankenship, a couple of other questions. Did you testify that instead of having 12 data points regarding their usage, that having access to AMI infrastructure would give them 35,000 data points on usage, and that would put them in charge of their electricity usage? Don't they already control their electricity usage?
Well, with AMI, it greatly empowers the customer at that point. With 12 readings a year, you basically once a month know what you're using. You can't pinpoint it to a day. Like if you wanted to know if elements going out in your water heater or something to that effect, you would, when you know something's running at that point, you can, it's almost real-time data. So that would empower them to take complete control of their households at that point.
Don't you think that the monthly bills that they receive and the increases in their rates over the years gives them a sufficient incentive to take control of their energy usage?
It gives them a snapshot in time for a monthly bill, but again, it does, when you can get high bill alerts, notifications, when you're using power as far as your usage, it does empower the customer more.
But empowered with that information, what can they do about it? There's a certain number of lights that you can turn off, and you can replace your HVAC system if you have the capital, but what else does that information provide that's of value to the customer?
Well, if nothing else, it would help pinpoint where they may be having issues, according to what time of the year it is, like with weatherization, things like that. Again, information is power, and what a customer decides to do with that is, the benefit is there if they want to take advantage of it.
Okay, is the Green Button initiative that allows people to access their data on a monthly basis, is that a subscription initiative that you have to sign up for?
I believe in company witnesses Wiseman's testimony, the Green Button is available to all customers. They log into their account.
Okay. Do you know how many people log onto those accounts to access the Green Button information?
No, sir, I would not be the witness that could testify to that.
Okay, so you don't know how frequently or how many customers have actually had an interest in finding out their energy usage?
No, sir, I do not know the exact number.
Okay. Okay. Does KPC offer a budgeting program that spreads the energy costs across the months evenly in order to eliminate cost spikes for certain months?
I believe we do offer a budget program.
Okay.
That would not be in my area of expertise.
Okay. Given the interest that KPC has in allowing customers to access the information on their energy costs, does KPC currently separately report energy usage from the meter charge in the monthly bills that you send to customers?
I do not know the answer to that question. Again, that is not in my area of expertise.
Okay, what are the reasons you indicated that going to AMI was imperative, using your word, was, quote, due to an increased number of customers installing distributed energy resources, end quote, and the need to, quote, facilitate these resources, end quote. Isn't it the case that current meters are able to support net metering?
While it's true that we do, with AMR, we do have meters that can support net metering, the facts of the matter go back to what I discussed earlier. Those meters are no longer being manufactured and they are in short supply.
Ms. Weissman testified that you lost 6.4% of your customers over the period of 2008 to 2019. What did you do with those AMR meters that you pulled from those locations?
I didn't hear the first part of the question. You broke up, sir.
Sorry, Ms. Weissman testified that 6.4% loss of your customer base during the period of 2008 to 2019. My question was, what did you do with the AMR meters that you pulled from those residences or those locations where you no longer had a customer?
Normally, when a customer moves out of a home, we don't immediately remove the meter. So I can't say for sure what happened to every one of those meters. We normally, the practice of what we do is, and that point is, in case someone else moves into a residence after they leave, we will leave the meter there. The next customer, we don't have to come out and install a meter. And then after so many months of inactive usage, then it will create an order, then we will go out and remove the meter and service at that point.
Okay. Are you familiar with the time of day voluntary tariff that you have?
No, sir, anything with a tariff, you need to speak to Mr. Vaughn.
Vaughn, okay. Okay, hold on just a second here. Thank you. Do you have, Mr. Blankenship, this is getting back to empowering the customer. Do you have any empirical basis, any study indicating that getting information on energy usage more frequently will benefit customers by allowing them to, for example, lower their bills?
As in my direct testimony on pages 9 and 10, figure 4, J.D. Powers does show that in 2019 that customers that are aware that they have an AMI meter are generally 18 index points higher than customers that do not have an AMI meter.
I'm sorry, and how does that correlate out to savings of energy?
I believe it would go back into the empowerment of the customer that they have the options or the opportunity at that point to get from 12 to 35,000 data points or readings per year. It empowers them to take control of their energy usage and know, in addition, as far as satisfaction goes, at that point, outage notifications, things, there's multiple, as I discussed earlier, with the customer benefit that would make them more satisfied with it.
Is it your assumption that armed with this information, customers will use less electricity?
You say, I'm sorry, did you say it was my assumption?
Yeah.
I would say more along the lines that they will have the opportunity.
To use less electricity.
I'm sorry?
To use less electricity?
Yes, sir, that will give them control of their electric usage. And at that point, if they, I can't speak for every customer as far as if they want to use less electricity, but it will give them the opportunity.
Okay. Give me just a second here.
Yes, sir.
Do you know, Mr. Blankenship, whether average customer usage in the KPC service area has declined on a per capita basis?
I do not have that information.
Okay. And has your company, to your knowledge, explored what a comparable investment in weatherization, replacement of housing stock that has radiant heating, or other measures that would directly assist customers in being able to use less would do in terms of allowing customers to lower their utility bills relative to putting in AMI infrastructure?
I believe AMI would give them more information to help them with those decisions.
But it won't give them access to capital, will it?
No, sir.
Okay. Couple more questions and I promise I'll be done. In your testimony, you noted concerns with worker safety associated with meter reading and meter disconnection as being among the considerations for AMI. Is it the case that the company uses remote equipment to read meters now rather than physically going out and reading the meters, that they are in cars and driving by and picking up that information?
As far as reading the meters, that is correct. They do it in a vehicle, but the actual process of installing the meter, reconnects and disconnects is a manual process where they have to go to the home themselves. That would be eliminated with AMI.
Okay, but the meter reading, unless it is not a risk of dog bites or because you're doing it from inside a car, right?
Currently, unless there's a communication issue with the meter, then we would have to get out and read the meter itself.
Okay.
If you are correct, on a normal basis, they drive a vehicle.
Okay, you mentioned that one of the benefits of AMI was the savings in reduction in fleet costs and savings from streamlining of departments. Translating that, does that mean layoffs or elimination of job positions?
We anticipate a reduction in workforce and attrition, but due to the technology advancements with AMI, we would be really reallocating some of our employees into more technical jobs. Again, with the AMI communication network, we'll need some of those employees to assist with that.
Have you done a manpower study on how many jobs would be lost?
We've done an initial estimate that we think there would be an attrition of around 4 to 5 employees.
4 to 5 employees. So those workers would be safe but unemployed. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part.
Never mind. I'll withdraw that question. You're asking for full deployment of AMI, yet at the time you filed your testimony, you have not selected a particular technology. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir. Due to as we discussed earlier, the advancements in technology, that coupled with the challenges of the Eastern Kentucky terrain, we thought it was prudent that we explore and examine all options to get the most cost-efficient and reliable system that we could for our customers.
But at this point in time, you're asking for $37 million to deploy a system whose details and capabilities you have not presented to the commission. Is that correct?
We've had informal discussions with vendors and got preliminary pricing as what the estimate is based upon. And at this time, we have narrowed our decision down to 2 vendors and hope to make a decision very soon on that.
Okay. Your plan for multi-year deployment in your testimony is that you're going to serve the cities and towns first, the more densely populated areas, and the rural customers last. Is that correct?
Well, what we've decided is for a multi-year deployment, and through the economies of scale, we want to get the densely populated areas first and get our communication network backbone established, and then we'll reallocate our resources at that point to more travel-intensive areas in this sparsely populated areas.
Okay. So it may be as long as 4 years before a rural customer would see an AMI meter?
No, sir, that's incorrect.
Okay. Tell me
what we plan to do is
if it's a 4. I'm good.
I can explain the deployment.
I'm sorry?
I can explain our deployment.
Please do.
Like. In the first year, basically what I just discussed, we're going to try to do a cross-section of our territory. So all 3 districts, those customers will get an opportunity to have AMI. And at that point, we'll go into more of we'll finish out a district at that point in 22, 23, and 24 years. At that point, there will be many rural customers or in the more sparsely dense population areas. So as soon as 2022, we'll be getting into the more rural areas.
Okay, and when will you be completed in the deployment? Is it in 4 years?
Yes, sir. We hope to be done at the end of 2024, full deployment by January of 2025.
Okay. Under the grid modernization rider, will a customer pay for the AMI meters before they have one installed for their own service?
They would, the way I understand the rider is not, again, we can't, I could accelerate the deployment, but we felt it was more prudent to do it in smaller increments.
Okay, just a handful more questions. Have you indicated you have not done a quantitative cost-benefit analysis on AMI, is that correct?
Again, we did not do a cost-benefit analysis based upon the facts that the obsolescence of the AMR system, we didn't feel it was necessary based upon the obsolescence of the AMR system, lack of vendor support, and the fact that 75% of our meters are at the end of the useful life.
Okay, and is the company projecting that it will accrue savings from deploying AMI?
We will have operational benefits that come from this, obviously. First off, it would be with our outage notifications. We do feel that we'll be able to pinpoint outages in a more timely manner, which itself would reduce our safety. We'll be able to do remote firmware upgrades, at that time. We'll also have enhanced system monitoring capabilities. Basically, every meter will have end-of-line voltage at every home at that point. And what this can do for the company at that point, and also helps our customers, we can be more proactive in finding transformer failures, issues with regulators on the line, even to the point almost of a broken neutral on a home. If we see the fluctuations of the voltage as it goes up and down on the meter. And also, we do expect to have improved meter reading accuracy as well, which is, I think, is also a customer benefit, as well as ours, that less estimated bills. For example, today, if we come out and read your meter once a month, it's 30 days or more before we can actually know there's a problem. With AMI metering, we'll know within hours or days with our analytics team if there's an issue with the reading.
Okay. Thank you. Last questions. You indicated that AMI was needed to support a FlexPay program. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware of whether other utilities offer prepay or split bill options for customers without AMI technology?
The only utilities that I'm aware of that offer a program similar to this have AMI. I'm not aware of any others.
Okay, have you looked to see whether it would be possible to implement a prepay or FlexPay program or split bill options without AMI technology?
I'm sorry, you broke up again, sir.
Oh, I was asking whether you'd done any sort of analysis of whether that FlexPay program could be provided without AMI technology.
The basis upon the FlexPay system is really, it's determined by AMI. If we were to go with a other system, that would be more manual labor process that we'd have to actually go out at any time and pull the meter the customers they want service at that time.
No, my question, I apologize. Just as an example, I have utility bills that I pay. On the websites, they give you an option of splitting your payment. And I don't, I'm just wondering, have you explored, since the testimony, Ms. Weissman, was that FlexPay provides more flexibility for customers to be able to pay incrementally. Have you explored doing split billing or making that option available to customers without AMI technology?
No, sir, I have not. Again, that's not in my area of expertise as far as that part.
Okay. Last question. Do you know whether the rate impact of the GMR on the customers for those 4 years will be higher than if you amortize the cost of the infrastructure over its useful life?
Again, I believe that I would have to defer that to company witness Vaughn.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Blankenship. You have been, I appreciate you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your patience. I'm all done.
Mr. Miller, questions?
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Fry. Mr. Fry? We'll ask Mr. Fry again. He's probably got cut off. Vice Chairman Chandler, questions?
Yeah, just a couple. Thank you, Chair. Oh, there's Mr. Fry.
Oh, Mr. Fry, do you have any questions?
Sorry, Your Honor, I was having technological difficulties. No questions, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Chandler.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Good morning.
Morning.
Earlier, you testified as to those 2018 figures, or 2018 numbers in your figure 3 of your direct testimony. You said something about how you didn't think that Duke Electric meters were fully installed by the end of 2018. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, sir.
And are you certain that's the case?
I'd be subject to review. I'm not certain on that number, no, sir.
Okay. When you talk about reallocating the employees that currently do meter reading, let me see if I understand. Those employees would merely be doing different work. There would not actually be a reduction in the number of employees for a proposal that replaces AMR meters with AMI, correct?
No, what would happen at that point is, obviously, if we go to AMI, we will not need as many meter readers as we have today with AMR. We would have a reduction. The number would be larger than the 4 to 5 that I discussed. We would just relocate those in. Again, until I get to the final numbers on this, it would be, let's say it's 10, just for hypothetically. So there would be 5 people that would be transferred into other jobs at that point. And then through attrition, through retirements, things like that, we would have a reduction of 4 or 5 employees.
The company would have 4 to 5 less employees under AMI than AMR.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's preliminary estimates right now. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you had talked about earlier about if you did the other AMR system in addition or in order to replace the current AMR meters with the other AMR type. Do you remember those questions?
Yes, sir. SCM versus SCM plus.
Yeah, and you mentioned a concern around running 2 different systems for a time. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Is that obviated by using AMI?
I'm sorry, I don't understand what's your question.
If you implement AMI as proposed, wouldn't you also be running 2 systems for approximately 4 years?
Yes, sir. That would be a determined amount of time. We know after 4 years we would eliminate AMR.
Right, but was it your testimony that you'd be running 2 AMR if you replaced your meters or added the new AMR? That it's your testimony that you'd be running both AMR systems for a 15-year period?
No, sir. No, sir. If we were going from SCM to SCM plus, I'll clarify the statement here. We would eventually eliminate the SCM system and go completely to SCM plus. The danger we run in with that, though, is that no other of our affiliate companies are on that system. We would bear the full cost for that system at that point.
Yeah.
We would lose the economies of scale.
Yeah, and that's I guess that's a different issue though, because can you point me to where, in terms of costs and things in your testimony, you talked about the economy of scale, that the savings you all are getting because other AEP affiliates have that metering system, the AMI system?
I think the advantage we get out of it is the experience that our affiliate companies through their deployments and then through volume pricing, leveraging the AEP sites at that point would help us with savings.
Well, experience is not necessarily economy of scale, right?
No.
Okay. And you said that of the approximately 5 affiliates that have AMI, is that right?
Yes, sir, 5.
Okay, and are there affiliates that do not have AMI?
Currently, in the AEP affiliate companies, there's 2, us and our affiliate company in Louisiana.
So Kentucky and is that SWEPCO, the SWEPCO portion of Louisiana, or the Louisiana portion of SWEPCO, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so there are 2 that are non-AMI, 4 that are AMI of a certain type, and then 1 other that has AMI of a different type. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you all have made a final determination as to vendor and communications network?
We've narrowed it down to 2 vendors.
Okay, so, and what about communications network?
It's right now we're looking at a mesh-based system and a tower-based system. The 2 vendors.
Okay, so you've not narrowed down the type of communication system. You've not narrowed down the manufacturer yet. So can I go back to the economies of scale example and understand if those 4 utilities have already made determinations of a particular type, and you all have not yet made a determination as to the type or even communications network, or the manufacturer or communications network, then how, isn't it a bit premature to be talking about economies of scale with affiliates?
Well, what we would do at that point, the SWEPCO, as we mentioned, they're looking at the same systems we are, and also our Indiana, Michigan affiliate. They have a very small percentage of AMI penetration right now, so they're looking as well. That's where the plan would be for us to combine, pull together, and go to, and each company at that point use the economies of scale.
But, okay. just want to make sure the record was correct, and I do appreciate Ms. Blend's help, but I want to make sure that the record is correct. The $59 million number you threw out was merely a combination of the $22 million for the AMR replacement plus the $37 million you've discussed with AMI, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And you were using that, is it right to think that you were just using that as an example, that it's your testimony and your expectation that if the company was to go the AMR route at $22 million, that prior to an entire life cycle of the proposed AMI, the company would still have to do AMI within that approximately 15 years?
Obviously, I can't predict the future. I can just go by the past history of this technology. Again, I point back to in 2017, there was 3 vendors for our current meters. Now there's 1. But I don't expect it to last the full 15 years. No, sir. I'd be very surprised if SCM Plus is around in 15 years.
And I appreciate that. I want to make sure that I understood the $59 million numbers. I'm just trying to make sure the record is straight, that is premised on, it's your position that if the company was to go the AMR route at $22 million, that prior to 15 years, the company would also have to already install the AMI that they're currently proposing, and that's just 22 plus the 37, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. And I just have a question about manufacturer support. When did the 3 manufacturers in 2017 that supported your current AMR system, when did they inform the company they would no longer support? Well, let me ask the first question. Are they no longer supporting the system or no longer manufacturing the system?
They're no longer manufacturing the meters. That our support system for our reading meter equipment, we got notification this summer that they would no longer be vendor support for the current readers that we have in our trucks and our handhelds. Prior to that, I was in another position, so I don't know the exact date as far as when they informed the company.
So the 3 manufacturers, would they have informed you all that they were going to cease manufacturing the meters?
Oh, yes, sir. They normally vendors will let you know that they're no longer going to produce this.
And do they give you a lead time where they tell you in the next year and a half we're going to be doing this? Or do they just tell you we stopped manufacturing this yesterday, just wanted to give you a heads up?
They normally will give you a little lead time. As far as the time frame, I don't know exactly when they try to do it, but they normally will let you know before they cease production.
And why do they let you know?
Well, if your system's basically using their meters and they're no longer going to be produced, then they'll let you know that you're going to have to look at an alternative in the future.
You don't think they give you any lead time so that you can purchase some from them before they in manufacturing?
I can't.
If you don't think that, that's fine. I'm just asking, is that your experience that they indicate with enough lead time so that interested parties can purchase some before they finish manufacturing?
I believe they would already be aware that we would start purchasing meters, whatever they have left in stock. But as a given, I think that we would go ahead and purchase that since we're using their system.
Okay. Okay. That's all the questions I have. I appreciate it, Mr. Blankenship.
Thank you.
Dr. Matthews, questions?
I just have 1 or 2. When you talk about all of these benefits that you have quantified, you talk about giving customers the, ability to control their own electricity usage, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
We've had several witnesses talk about the levels of poverty in the service territory. Do you think that the levels of poverty and the housing stock that comes with that would make it more or less difficult for customers to use AMI data to change their electricity usage?
I'm sorry, I did not hear the end of the question.
Given the levels of poverty and the housing stock that goes with that, do you think that it would be easier or more difficult for these customers in this service territory to use the AMI data from a green button or whatever to change their electricity usage?
The customer does have various ways to get this information, even if they do not have access to the internet. Most people do have a cell phone. I'm sorry.
Even if they have the information, are they limited because of the housing stock in what they can do to change their electricity usage?
I believe what you're asking me is, will they have the financial means to correct it?
I believe Mr. Fitzgerald also asked you that question. I'm not sure you answered. I'll just take that you're not answering now either, and I will say that aren't these issues that should be quantified before you bring it to the commission?
The reason we're talking about this today, again, is our obligation to provide safe and reliable service. Well, I'm cognizant of the issues that you're talking about. That is my responsibility, is to make sure that I am able to provide our customers with that safe and reliable service. And again, I reiterate that today I'm able to do that. I do not know if I'll be able to do that for a year from now. As I stated earlier, currently we only have 2,000 of our residential meters in stock. We anticipate that it would last us through next year. And that is the driving force in this, that we have to do something.
Chairman, I don't have any further questions.
What, Mr. Blankenship, what is the useful life or the average useful life of the AMR meters that Kentucky Power has left?
The average useful life of an AMR meter is 15 years. At this time, Your Honor, 75% of the meters installed are at that point, at the end of the useful life.
Are at or over their useful life, is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. The majority of our meters were installed in 2005, 2006. So going into 2021, they will be at the end of their useful life.
I have no other questions. Ms. Bland, do you have redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Mr. Blankenship, Mr. Fitzgerald asked you questions about the recovery period the company is proposing with regard to its AMI meters. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And I believe I heard your testimony in response to that question, or those questions, to be 4 years. Is 4 years the number of years over which the company's proposed AMI investment will be recovered? Or is that the number of years over which the company will deploy the meters themselves?
Yes, we need to correct that. The deployment is 4 years. As far as the recovery, that would be able to witness bond. I'm not sure on that number, but the deployment is 4 years.
Thank you. And does Company Witness West also discuss the time period over which the cost of the AMI deployment would be recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall questions from Mr. Fitzgerald about whether the company or how many meters the company has been able to collect as a result of loss of load in its service territory?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that the amount of load loss is directly correlated with the number of meters that the company, I'll ask it differently. The company could lose a large amount of load and only a relatively few number of meters. Is that right?
That is correct.
You have been listening to the hearing this week, correct?
Yes.
Have you heard discussion regarding the closure of AK Steel in the company's service territory?
Yes.
If you know it, is AK Steel a large load, or was it a large load in Kentucky Power Service Territory?
Yes.
Did it have relatively few or relatively numerous meters during that load?
On the context, as far as the rest of the system, it would be a low amount of meters, number of meters.
So is there necessarily a correlation between load loss and the number of spare meters that may become available as a result of the load loss?
No.
The Vice Chairman asked you questions about where in the record or where in the materials that you sponsor the concept of economies of scale is discussed. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Will you please turn to page 17 of your direct testimony?
Okay, I'm there.
Do you discuss the economies of scale associated with Kentucky Power's ability to join its purchasing power with its affiliates on lines 6 through 16 of page 17 of your direct testimony?
Yes.
And if you recall, did you also respond to data requests from the AG and KIUC regarding this topic?
Yes.
Thank you. And if it would be appropriate, Your Honor, I could stipulate to the data responses that are relevant, or I can walk Mr. Blankenship through them, whichever you would prefer. I'm trying to be sensitive to time.
I think they are in the record, correct? Or do we?
They are in the record, but it would be helpful if they would at least note which data responses are
Okay, yeah.
consistent.
Staff counsel asked if you would note for the record.
Yes.
Specifically
Yes.
those data responses.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't want to put Mr. Blankenship through a memory test, but they are AGKIUC set 1, item 89, AGKIUC set 1, item 100, and AGKIUC set 2, item 56. Thank you. Mr. Blankenship, you testified earlier in response to questions from the Vice Chairman about which of the company's affiliates have AMI meters. Do you recall that discussion? And I believe you testified that SWEPCO Louisiana does not have AMI meters.
That is correct. And
Is it your understanding that any of the SWEPCO jurisdictions has AMI meters at this time?
I misspoke on that. They do have a small number of AMI. They just started a small number of AMI meters there.
In Louisiana?
I don't know if it's Louisiana, Arkansas, it's part in their territory. I don't know exactly where the location is. But
Thank you. The remainder of SWEPCO's territory, which comprises Arkansas, Louisiana, and Texas, outside of that small pilot area, is non-AMI.
that is
that
correct.
right?
It is all non-AMI. It's AMR in that system.
Thank you for clarifying.
Mhm.
Now, Commissioner Matthews asked you some questions about one of the benefits associated with AMI in terms of customer access to data usage. I just have a clarifying question or two there. Is customer access to data and so that they can understand or potentially change their usage the driver of the company's AMI proposal in this case?
Yes.
It is the driver, or is the driver,
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
is customer access to data a driver or the driver of the company's proposal?
No.
Or is it just a benefit of the
The
proposal?
benefit. The driver is the obsolescence of the AMR system. I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
I'm sorry, I articulated it poorly. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Blankenship, you may step down. It's 10 till 11. Let's take a break until 11 o'clock, and then we'll come back, I guess, and begin the testimony of Mr. West. We'll be in recess until 11 a.m. Back and get Mr. West.
Yes.
You're on the record, sir.
We're now back and on the record. Mr. Overstreet, are you are you ready for the next witness?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are, and I would call Brian K. West.
Mr. West, would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, Mr. Overstreet, you may question the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. West, please state your name, business address, and employer.
Sure, my name is Brian West. My business address is 1645 Winchester Avenue, Ashland, Kentucky 41101. My employer is Kentucky Power Company.
And what is your position with Kentucky Power Company?
I'm the Director of Regulatory Services.
And did you cause to be filed in the record of this proceeding direct testimony, rebuttal testimony, and answers to data requests?
Yes, sir.
And do you have any corrections or updates to any of those filings?
I do. It's in my direct testimony at page 32. And I believe it is on lines 12 and 13. It's a question, an additional question that shouldn't have been there. It just needed to be deleted.
And is that question and the corresponding answer, does that appear in some other place of your direct testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And with that one change, if you were asked those same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, the witness is available.
Thank you. Ms. Menzel, cross-examination.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Mr. West.
Good morning.
I would like to start with the adjustment for the dues paid to the Edison Electric Institute, and I'm just going to refer it to as EEI. Staff has noticed inconsistencies both in terms, well, three things. Where the adjustment is in the record, how much the adjustment is, and the percentage that was removed for legislative activities or, as EEI puts it, influencing legislation. So I've got several documents I would like for us to walk through just to get some clarity into the record.
Certainly. Can
Thank
you
you.
hear me okay, by the way?
Yeah, yes, I can. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Travis, can I ask you to bring up document 294? What I'm asking staff to display on screen share is Kentucky Power's response to the AG KIUC data request, the second data request, and it's item 44. Travis, if you'll go to PDF, the PDF pagination 264. Thank you. I think that we've seen this request multiple times during this proceeding. In this case, the Attorney General KIUC in question A asked Kentucky Power to indicate where in the application the EEI adjustment was made. And in this case, and Mr. Bishop answered this, he referred to the application, section 5, page 2 of 87. Travis,
Yes,
you see that?
I do, yes.
Travis, can I have you go to document 11? And Mr. West, I've gotten a message that some of our remote users are having some issues hearing you. If you don't mind, I know that you're sitting close. I just want to make sure you're speaking into the mic.
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
Thank you. I think it's just what happens with this. Thank you, Travis. What this is from the application, section 5, And this is actually Exhibit 1, page 2 of 87. I think in the data response, there was an inadvertent admission of the Exhibit 1 label. I will tell you, I double-checked Exhibits 2 and 3, and they do not have the same pagination. Mr. West, to the best of your ability, can you show me where on this, the fully adjusted base case summary, we would find the EEI adjustment?
Well, I think I can do you one better and point you to exactly where it's at. I believe that this is how that answer should have been, or should have read.
Okay, good, thank you.
Part A. And if we could, if you would go to Section 5, Schedule 4.
Schedule 4?
Schedule 4 at line 415. Now, it's in that grouping there at PDF, it'd be page 19 of 87. And is there a line 415?
Yes, so here where it's line 415, it says 930.2 miscellaneous general expense.
Yes, yes. And that first figure there, and I'm having a little trouble reading it, but I believe it is 433,840.
Yes.
The amount, and when I'm looking back to my rebuttal testimony at R11, the item that says the part that was included in the cost of service, the 88,000, that would be found in that 433 number.
And is that 433 number broken out anywhere else in the case record?
Yes, it is. It was in a data request, and that is, it was on KPSC 2-47, attachment 2, provided the detail for that miscellaneous general expense.
And I'm just going to quickly look at something. Was that attachment, was it, I know that sometimes Kentucky Power's attachments are incorporated into the PDF of the data response, and sometimes the attachments are separate documents, usually Excel spreadsheets. So was this filed as a separate document, or is it contained within the body of the response to PSC 2?
Oh my, I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, well then
I apologize.
Let me see if we can find it here in this proceeding, because I know
Okay.
staff had looked for it, and we want to make sure that we have it. Okay, Travis, can I have you bring up document 47? So is this then the attachment where it would be broken out to indicate EEI?
Yes, it's on there.
Okay. Just to make sure, Travis, can I have you scroll down? It looks like it might be line 232.
Is that attachment 2 or attachment 1?
It looks like it is attachment. Let me see. It is, I'm sorry, Zach, I've got you in the wrong document. It's document number 48.
Okay.
And it is in the tab detail at line 232. Okay, I see it. So it looks like, I see, this is the $88,000 that was included in
Yes.
base rate. Okay, thank you. That clarifies two of the questions then. Thank you. Zach, can you take that down, please?
Ms. Venzel, I apologize. I got a little bit lost, so that, was that the response to staff 2-47, attachment 2, that you found the information you were looking for?
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Overstreet.
Thank you.
Okay, now we also have a question about the basis for the amounts that were excluded for legislative activity. Zach, can I have you bring up document, again, 294, and I'll give you the PDF page when it's up. For everyone else, what this is Kentucky Power's response to Attorney General KIUC second data request, item 44, attachment 1. And Travis, if I can have you turn to page 267, PDF 267. All right, if you'll blow this up, because the part I want to read is a little small. Again, this is Kentucky Power's response to the AG KIUC second data request, item 44, attachment 1. It's page 3 of 20. Do you have that? I see you've got the binder in front of you. Are you on this page, Mr. West?
Well, actually, I'm looking at my rebuttal testimony at R11, but I'm familiar with I can see it on the screen.
Okay, well, here's my question. And Travis, I may have to have you blow this up because I want to look at 2 lines in the description, but I also want to look at footnotes 1 and 2. Perfect. So, Mr. West, is it correct? This is the bill from EEI to AEP, and it incorporates the entirety of AEP, if you will. It's then subsequently allocated. So let me back up rather than ask you a multi-part question. Does this represent the bill from EEI to AEP?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And AEP then allocates the EEI membership dues out to, who does AEP allocate the dues out to?
The operating companies.
Okay. And as I understand, I believe the allocation is based on the total number of customers, I believe electric sales, and one other piece as compared to AEP opcos as a whole.
I'm not certain as to the allocator that they use, whether it's total number of customers or what it is.
Okay. I know that we had that in Mr. Bishop's testimony, so I think we're good with that. What I'm asking about is, if you can see where it says regular activities of Edison Electric Institute, and then there's footnote number 1.
Yes.
And when I come down to footnote number 1, Just confirm with me that this is what it says, what I'll read to you. The portion of 2020 membership dues relating to influencing legislation, which is not deductible for federal income tax purposes, is estimated to be 13%. Would you agree that's correct reading?
Yes, I would.
And then when I look at the second line on the description that says industry issues, with again a footnote number 2, and I come down to footnote number 2, and it says, the portion of the 2020 industry issues support relating to influencing legislation is estimated to be 24%. Is that a correct reading of what you see?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Zach, will you take that down? And then I would like to go to Mr. West's rebuttal testimony. For our internal purposes, this is document 459. And Travis, if I'm calling you Zach, I apologize. If you please go to PDF pagination 37. Can I have you scroll down so we can see all of figure 2? There are 2 tables there. Now, as I look at this, let me start with the bottom. And I just want to walk through it, and Mr. West, tell me if I'm reading this correctly. The bottom, there are three lines in that table. Column starts with journal ID, account number. Come over to the last column, and it's telling me the amounts that are included or excluded. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And just because I went to look ahead of time, and I really don't want to have to bring up this document also, but can we agree that in those accounts, 426-1000 that's the account number for the account that's named donations?
I am not certain about that. I see that the read back on your number is correct, but I don't know that it's donations.
Well, subject to check, this would be donations.
Subject to check.
Subject to check. Account number 4264000, subject to check, is civic and political activity.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last, what that was.
It is civic and political activity.
Okay, thank you.
And I can
Yes,
I'll refer you to where this is located in the record. And then 9302000 is miscellaneous general expense.
Yes, that's the one we previously identified.
Identified.
Yes.
And to let you know where I found the account information is in the application. I believe it's section 2, but this is Exhibit M, which is Kentucky Power's chart of accounts.
Okay, thank you.
And just so you don't have to look through every one of these accounts, the donations account number is on page 10 of 18. The civic and political activity is on page 11 of 18. And the miscellaneous general expense is identified on page 17 of 18.
Thank you. Okay, I have that exhibit in front of me now.
Okay. What staff would like to understand is, given that the bill from EEI indicates 2 different activities that have percentages of 13% and 24% for influencing legislation, what is the basis for Kentucky Power to allocate only 3.9% of the EEI dues to legislative activities.
Could you maybe repeat your question for me, please?
Oh, okay, well, let me go back here. We can even look at this, although I understood from the bill it's 24%. But looking here on the top table on figure 2, we have the EEI invoice line item, which is in fact, looking at it, the aggregate for each of 3 particular line items on the EEI bill.
Right.
Next to it, it says AEP legislation percentage, 13%, 26%. As we recall, on the EEI bill, those percentages for legislative activities were 13% and 24%. I then come over, it looks like some sort of an apportionment with the AEP legislative amount, Kentucky Power allocation, and then Kentucky Power legislative allocation. So my question is, what is the basis for 3.9% legislative allocation?
Okay. I apologize. I don't have that calculation right in front of me.
Would
I mean,
Mr. Vaughn?
I see it here.
I'm sorry?
I see it here, but I apologize. I'm sorry.
And could Mr. Vaughn, I'm sorry, I do not mean to talk over you. Would Mr. Vaughn be able to answer that question?
He may. This information was provided to me by witness Whitney. So that may be the better witness for that.
Ms. Fensel, if Mr. Vaughn is unable to provide the information, we could certainly provide it in a post-hearing data request.
Okay, we have one question, and we'll ask this in a post-hearing data request, but our question is 3.9% part of the total AEP bill rather than Kentucky Power's portion. But it's because Mr. West does not know, we'll move on from that question. We've asked several witnesses, and many of them have referred us back to you, giving us some answers, but also referring back to you. I have a question about the excess unprotected ADIT. And I'm just going to call it the excess ADIT for this questioning purposes, recognizing we are talking about unprotected.
Yes.
As we know from certain data responses, Kentucky Power intends to finance the cash shortfall from if the proposed accelerated amortization of the excess ADIT is accepted, authorized. Then Kentucky Power intends to finance the cash shortfall from that accelerated amortization. And it will be financed with long-term debt and equity. It would seem that Kentucky Power probably has developed some sort of a plan to address this. So our question is really, what are the projected financing costs? And if I've made an unfair presumption, please let me know.
No, not at all. you're asking about the projected financing cost of the cash shortfall because we're proposing the one-year offset of the ADFIT?
Yes, that's correct.
I do not know if Witness Messner has made an estimate of that. I'm not aware of one, if he did do one.
I can tell you he did not because he didn't know the answer either. Okay. I suspect that Mr. Messner answers for the rest of my questions will have to suffice. Chairman, staff has no further questions at this time.
Mr. Cook, Mr. West for Attorney General, any questions?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I do have some questions. Mr. West, good morning.
Good morning.
I had some questions for you about several subjects, and the first one is the EEI dues, but if you'll bear with me, I want to try to not duplicate the ones that staff asked. So, but I do have some other ones that I wanted to get into. Let's see here. First, Ms. Bensel, I'm wondering if we could pull up a response to that is found in the second set of the AGKIUC's data request. And those were filed on September 30.
Travis, that's document number 294.
And it's item 44, and the Adobe pagination is page 264.
Mr. Cook, is this the correct document?
Yeah, I'm taking a look here. I have to zoom up a little bit just to verify. Let's see.
My apologies, Mr. Cook. I didn't mean to try to rush you.
No, you're fine. Let's see. Yeah, I don't see the item number here, so that's what I'm having difficulty with. Is it 244?
Yes.
Okay, great. And then what I'd like to do is to have the first paragraph of that response.
So the next page down.
Okay. And I believe in there should be the phrase, Kentucky Power Company classifies dues and the memberships as operation and maintenance expense within the jurisdictional cost of services. Is that in there?
It looks like it's the last sentence of that paragraph.
There we go. Yes, thank you for highlighting it. Okay, so you see that too. Thank you. Okay. Now, Mr. West, your rebuttal, as Ms. Bensel had indicated earlier, your rebuttal, page 11, indicates that $88,361 in EEI dues was included for recovery from ratepayers. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
And that $88,000 figure refers to influencing legislation, correct?
No, sir. It is non-legislative activities of EEI.
Non-legislative activity.
That's correct. That's correct. Like restoration, crisis management, operations, and industry issues. That's what that represents.
And would that also then include the other items of EEI activity that are not identified there, such as regulatory advocacy and public relations?
I'm sorry, sir. I don't know if that's included in there or not.
Okay. And are you aware that historically the Commission has excluded 45.35% of EEI dues to basically to not allow costs for regulatory advocacy, public relations, and legislative advocacy to be passed on to ratepayers?
I believe I remember reading that in one of the intervener testimonies. It may have been witness Collin. And since I'm kind of new to Kentucky in my role, I was not aware that that was something that was done.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, and subject to check if you don't have a calculator with you, but when I multiply that $88,000 figure, approximate figure, by that 45.35%, as Mr. Collin recommends, I get $40,000 that needs to be excluded. Is that correct? Subject to check.
Subject to check on your math, but I'm not certain that it needs to be excluded, sir. As I said, I believe the 88,000 is for regular EEI activities that are industry standard.
Okay. Want to move on to another area that Ms. Vinsel touched upon, and that's the accumulated deferred federal income tax. Would you say that the COVID pandemic has changed the circumstances regarding how the excess ADFIT should be utilized since the time of the settlement in the 2018-00035 case?
I would tend to agree with that, sir. I think in the 2018 case, where the 18-year amortization was set, I believe that was appropriate at the time. And the company's proposal here to accelerate that and offset the first year, I also believe that is right because of the pandemic. And this was something that Kentucky Power wanted to do for our customers. I mean, knowing that we had to come in for a case, and it's never a good time for a rate case, we thought that this was an important mitigation to help offset that first year. So, yeah, I believe both of those were right.
Okay, thank you. Would you agree that using the excess ADFIT, I'm going to call it, money to pay past arrearages and offset any increase awarded is beneficial to ratepayers?
You're asking if I think that the offset as well as the, I assume you're referring to the $10.8 million that we proposed in our, what I call the debt forgiveness filing.
Yes.
That's what you're referring to. And would those be benefits to customers?
Yes, that's the
Absolutely.
question.
Absolutely. I think that those are both meaningful mitigation efforts that the company proposed, due to the pandemic.
And is it also appropriate to say that it would be beneficial to Kentucky Power as well?
In the respect that it would, if you look at the debt forgiveness filing, for instance, using those dollars to absorb some of those delinquencies for customers would have the effect of lowering bad debt expense at the company, which would also flow through to the customers in lower rates.
Okay. Now I'd like to move on to some questions about the grid modernization rider and about AMI. In rebuttal, you state that the grid modernization rider, I'm going to call it GMR, okay? You state that the GMR would lengthen the time between rate cases, correct?
Yes, it has the potential to do that. In between rate cases, a mechanism like the GMR would provide more concurrent recovery on an annual basis, which would increase cash flow, and that would have the effect of possibly lengthening the time between rate cases. Does that make sense? I don't know if I explained that well enough.
No, thank you. I understand your answer. The company is not seeking a CPCN for any specific grid modernization items in this current case other than the AMI system. Isn't that correct?
That's correct. It's the only project at the time that we're seeking a CPCN. And just to be clear, AMI is a grid modernization project. And as Everett Phillips, witness Phillips, I apologize, testified to, it's the first thing that we need to do. It's the communications backbone of anything that would, continue to modify the grid.
Well, let me just ask you, if the GMR rider is approved, isn't it true that cost-benefit analyses for grid modernization projects would become a thing of the past?
I don't believe it would become a thing of the past. And I guess as an example, if you're thinking about our proposal was we could bring a project to the commission in one of the annual filings. And it depends on whether that project needed a CPCN or not. We would meet all the requirements of a CPCN. We would include elements in our filing that would show that it was cost justified, it was a prudent expenditure, and it would benefit customers. So I don't think that a cost benefit analysis would necessarily be a thing of the past.
And you're not claiming that the GMR is for the purpose of replacing safety-related equipment, are you?
Let me make sure I understand you. You said that the GMR would not, that I'm not proposing that the GMR replace, maybe you better repeat the question, I apologize.
Okay, sure. If I understand your testimony, it sounds like you are not claiming that the GMR is for the purpose of replacing safety-related equipment. Is that correct?
I guess it's not the purpose of replacing safety-related equipment. The GMR will help to recover costs for projects that will modernize the grid, and to the extent that those projects have safety-related elements to them, it could recover safety-related. That's a pretty broad category, safety-related.
Okay. And Kentucky Power is not asserting that it has a special or emergency financial need for the GMR, is it?
Well, I think that if you reference witness Madison's rebuttal testimony at page 3, I think it is, he showed the earned ROEs for the company. and you can see how they've gone down. And, we're at a point where we're looking for alternatives, and the GMR provides one of those alternatives. As I mentioned, it has the cash flow benefit to it. It provides the capital that we need to do projects that modernize the grid. So I guess I might describe it as a kind of a tool in the toolbox that is something that could help company in between rate cases. And if the company is more financially stable or healthy, then that's a benefit to customers.
Okay. And the company is proposing that expenses to be recovered under the GMR would include depreciation expense. Is that not correct?
There is a depreciation element to it. I did not do the rate design personally on that. I'm talking about the kind of elements that would be in the GMR at a high level. Witness Vaughn is the rate design expert.
Okay. And if the commission approves the AMI proposal, Kentucky Power is saying that will lead to certain savings. Isn't that correct?
Yes, there will be certain savings. I believe Witness Blankenship talked about a few of them just a little bit ago. In my rebuttal testimony, I mentioned reconnect fees. Obviously, with AMI, if you can do it remotely, you don't need to charge the customer a fee for that. So there will be some savings like that, certainly.
Why did Kentucky Power not propose to offset savings against the costs of the new investments and operating expenses to be included in the GMR?
Do you have a specific reference in testimony to that, or?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
Okay. Let's try it again then. Could you maybe repeat your question?
Okay. Sure, certainly, yes. Why did Kentucky Power not propose to offset savings against the cost of the new investments and operating expenses that it proposes to recover through the GMR?
Well, I believe that in my rebuttal testimony, I did propose to offset the cost of what's included in the test year. I think it was about $188,000 for the reconnect fees. And to the extent, and I believe we answered some of this in discovery, but I don't know the discovery numbers right now. I believe we answered some things in discovery saying that we would, to the extent that we can quantify the benefits, that we would flow those back through in the GMR.
Okay, so that's your testimony today, though. And I don't have your testimony up in front. I don't want to have to require staff to take the time to pull all that up. But your testimony is that the company is willing to do that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Let me see here. Just 1 second as I go through my notes here. I want to make sure that I did. Okay, Mr. Chairman, with that, I believe that's all the questions I have.
Yeah. Mr. Kurtz, cross-examination?
Yes, sir, very brief. Good morning, Mr. West.
Good morning.
You are Director of Regulatory Services for Kentucky Power, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In that role, do you regularly perform an analysis comparing Kentucky Power's rates to the rates of adjoining neighboring utilities? For example, the East Kentucky co-op distribution utilities and or KU or any of the other utilities in Kentucky?
Mr. Kurtz and Mr. Chairman, there's a really bad feedback. It's almost like Tommy James and the Shondells doing Crimson and Clover, and we can't understand what Mr. Kurtz is saying.
I think that's true. I don't know, Mr. Kurtz, I guess there's an audio issue. I don't know if it's on your end or somewhere else.
I think it's within Mr. Kurtz's office.
I was actually going to say that for me, this is Terry Grumman. I started hearing the feedback during Mr. Cook's cross-examination, and it just got worse and with Mr. Kurtz.
Okay.
I had the same setup as yesterday, and there wasn't a problem.
Mr. Kurtz, if you could take another shot at that question,
I will. Is the feedback still there?
it's better. It seems to be better now.
Okay. I had the same setup as yesterday, the day before, so I don't think it's on my end, I don't think. Do you perform on a regular basis or periodic basis a comparison of Kentucky Power's rates to the rates of the other utilities in Kentucky?
I have not personally performed anything like that. I although have seen occasionally a report on it. I believe EEI does some kind of a comparison on an annual basis.
I'm sorry, so you have seen those reports on an annual basis? That'd be fine. Is that what you said?
I have seen one, yes. I didn't prepare it. I think it might have been EEI, but I'm not certain about that.
Well, I don't mean an EEI kind of nationwide study. I mean comparing your rates plus or minus the environmental surcharge, plus or minus the FAC, decommissioning rider, system sales tracker, all your riders bundled into one end result retail rate versus the same analysis for the EKPC distribution cooperatives that are adjacent to Kentucky Power and or KU in particular, those neighboring utilities.
I understand now. Thank you for that clarification. I have not prepared any of those studies, no.
Does management of Kentucky Power not have interest in how your rates compare to your neighbors?
I wouldn't say that we don't have any interest in it. It certainly provides a data point, but you know, each utility is very different in how they recover their costs and what their costs are. So to that extent, you know, there are, you know, understandable differences in the rates.
Well, I certainly agree, but I would think that as a utility executive manager of rates, you'd like to know how you stack up to your competitors, given all the differences. For your competitors, since it's certified territory, your other regulated utilities in Kentucky. Is there no such interest?
No, sir. I mean, I do have an interest in it, and the company has an interest in it, and I have seen some numbers. I'm just saying that I don't routinely prepare anything like that, but I have seen some numbers. So I have a general understanding of where we are against some of the other utilities.
Oh, okay, that's great. Could I make a first on-the-record data request for any analysis that Kentucky Power has in its possession that compares your rates to the rates of other utilities in Kentucky? Could you provide that, Mr. West?
I'm certain that we can find something. As I said, I didn't do it. I don't believe my staff did either. But since I've seen some numbers, so certainly we can do that.
Okay. I mean, you're in here asking for a 13% base rate increase. I think it's fair to understand how your rates stack up to the other utilities, given everybody understands every utility has a different cost structure, but still it's probative, I think, to see how your rates are. So you will provide that?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Same question, but instead of rates, reliability. How your reliability stacks up to the other utilities with respect to safety, and whatever other reliability metrics you use. Do you perform that?
No, sir. Witness Phillips would have been the better witness for that question.
Have you seen, if you don't perform it, have you seen it?
I'm sure I've seen some numbers at some point. I don't routinely sit in with Everett on his meetings. So I can't even remember the last time I would have seen anything like that.
Okay. Could I make a data request of Kentucky Power to provide that same comparison of reliability metrics of Kentucky Power versus the other utilities in Kentucky? Can you provide that, Mr. West?
To the extent that the information is public, I think we probably could. I know that there are some benchmarking studies or organizations that gather that kind of data. I would caution you on comparing reliability data from company to company, just because the differences in terrain and forestation, things like that, can have a big difference where one company looks really, really good and another one may not be as good, but you need to take a lot of factors into consideration. It's not simply just comparing a number to a number.
I think that's fair. Certainly it would be unfair to compare Kentucky Power's territory to LG&E, with much denser situation. But don't you think it would be fair to compare Kentucky Power to the EKPC distribution cooperatives that are adjacent, have the same terrain?
Certainly, I agree that we can provide the information.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, no more questions.
Thank you. I assume that you'll send written data requests, Mr. Kirch, correct? As at the end of the case, as is our practice, parties will have an opportunity to reduce their data requests to writing. And I assume that's what you intend to do, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Grunman, questions?
Yes, Your Honor. I think I'll be relatively brief. I have the last 5 minutes here to say good morning, Mr. West. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well. I obviously just have a couple of questions about your grid improvement rider. Obviously, you've had an opportunity to take a look at the direct testimony of Lisa Perry that was filed in this docket, correct?
It's been some time since I did look at it, but I did at some point.
You offered rebuttal testimony in response to some of her testimony, isn't that correct?
Can you be specific in my rebuttal testimony?
Correct. It begins on page R3.
Oh, you mean section 4 where I talk about the grid modernization rider?
That's correct.
Okay. What was your specific question on it?
So you understand that Walmart opposes the grid modernization rider, is that correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Along with other intervening parties.
I understand that other intervening parties are opposed to it, yes.
Okay. And I just want to kind of go through and make sure that I understand exactly what it is that the company is seeking here. So what you would like the commission to do is approve broadly this rider that you are calling the grid modernization rider. And you propose, for purposes of this proceeding, that the commission allow you to recover costs associated with an AMI rollout and leave open the possibility that future projects would also be proposed for recovery through this grid modernization rider. Is that an accurate reflection of your proposal for this proceeding?
That is accurate. The first project is AMI, so that's the only one that's on the table right now.
Sorry, go ahead.
But yes, other projects, the way that we're envisioning it or proposing it to the commission is that in the annual true-up filings, we could bring a new project in and go through a review process with the commission, and they would have full control over that. They could look at full transparency, look at anything they want.
No, I understand. My question really boils down to, can you point to me in the testimony, whether it's in your direct rebuttal and other witnesses, where you have very clearly defined what projects would be proposed for recovery through the grid modernization rider?
Well, there's no, at this point, we proposed AMI to start with, the first project. Witness Phillips talked about, in general, that there are some other grid modernization projects that he would propose to do. Just off the top of my head, DACR is one of them. It stands for Distribution Automation Circuit Reconfiguration, and I believe we do have some of that on some of our circuits, but it needs to be expanded and put on more circuits. So that would be an example of one.
Well, I apologize. I think that you and I are sort of cross-purposing. I understand that you're identifying specific items. What I'm trying to understand is, from a broad level definitional standard, how would any party understand what projects they could expect to see in the future as being within the scope of a grid modernization rider, and which projects are not within the scope, so that we could have any comfort level that this doesn't become a catch-all for any project that the company wants to propose and receive rate recovery immediately from customers. Because, so my question, I'll ask it again, is where in the record, and so I'm asking for you to point me to somewhere in testimony, discovery, something that has been filed in this case, where the company has defined the parameters of projects that are appropriately within the scope of the grid modernization rider.
Thank you for that. I understand your question. I don't believe we defined that anywhere. I don't remember any discovery response where we defined all the parameters to it. But my proposal would be is that we would work with the commission and the staff on what projects would rightfully fall within that, such that it would not be a catch-all as you described. We would happily work with staff.
So I guess it's possible then that in working with staff and the company, that you could propose a project in a true-up, annual true-up proceeding that ultimately should be recovered through base rates because it involves the provision of safe and reliable service.
Well, let me answer your question this way. There's a lot of projects that have a safe and reliable service element to them. And I'm not familiar with all the distribution projects that are out there. I admit I'm not an accountant, I'm not an engineer, and I think that they probably all have some kind of a safe and reliable benefit to them. But again, we would propose the project to the commission at the annual filing, and we would let them decide.
But you understand, don't you, Mr. West, that there is a definite difference between the company investing capital that it needs to invest to provide safe and reliable electric service, and then to come into this commission for a base rate case, versus an annual proceeding where you want immediate cost recovery for a project. You understand that there's a difference between those two mechanisms?
Yes, generally there's a difference.
And so in terms of this grid modernization rider, I think you've already identified that we really don't have any parameters for what the line is between projects that fall into the we need to provide safe and reliable service and the projects that would be part of modernizing the grid.
As I stated, I don't believe we define those parameters anywhere in the record, but we would happily work with the commission to develop them.
Thank you, Mr. West. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Spinard, questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. West. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. And if there is any difficulty hearing me, or alternatively, if you don't understand a question, just let me know, okay?
Certainly.
Okay. In terms of the application, you pre-filed testimony, and at page 3 of your testimony in the application, among other things, you describe the purpose of your testimony, and among other things, the purpose of your testimony includes supporting the proposed increase in annual revenues, and then also the year 1 offset to approved rates. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. With regard to your pre-filed testimony, you described the year 1 offset to the approved rates roughly on pages 6, 7, and 8. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe it starts on page 5.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're correct. Page 6.
Okay. And with regard to section 2 of the application, the filing requirements, Exhibit E, I'm looking at the various tariffs that are proposed, and your name is the name that on the tariff, at the bottom of the tariff pages, issued by Brian K. West. Your name is the name on those tariffs. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. As the Director of Regulatory Services, that is my name on the bottom.
Okay. And in terms of the billing on a going forward basis, this is the bills that are going to result as a consequence of this proceeding. Okay. There's going to be, each customer will have a total balance due, and that total balance due comprises a variety of line item elements. Is that correct?
Yeah, it certainly does.
Okay. And one of those line item elements that's proposed concerns the excess unprotected ADIT.
Do you mean that there is a line item for tariff FTC?
Well, I'm looking, and I'm trying to avoid. I'm trying to avoid too much of calling up exhibits, but do you propose on the customer bill to have a line item associated with the federal tax cut credit?
No, and I tell you what, I'll give you the general idea that I have, and then Mr. Vaughn can clean it up if I make any mistakes. But I believe that what we are going to need to do is whatever rate increase would be approved in this case, those rates would go into effect January 14th of 21. Then we would use the federal tax cut tariff to flow credits back through such that there would be no increase for the customer in year 1.
So in terms of, go ahead.
Well, I just think that the line item would already be there then for the federal tax cut.
Okay, okay. So with regard to the tariff changes, the effective date for the new rates will be on the tariff I'm looking at. The effective date is for service rendered on or after December 30th, 2020. And those bills would roll in January of 2021, correct?
Yes, as we filed the case, it was December 30th, but we had a couple of deficiencies that we had to clean up. So the commission, I believe, deemed it filed on, I believe it was around July 11th or 12th of this year, and then that pushed the effective date for the rate out to January 14th. So I realized we'd have to clean up the bottom of the tariff when we would, file them after the case with the correct date.
Sure. Now, with regard to January 14th, 2021, the service charge, the actual service charge for the customer, if your application is approved, the actual service charge from the customer will increase from $14 to $17.50. Is that correct?
That's my understanding for residential, yes. Witness Vaughn designed those rates, and
well, and I appreciate you pointing out that, yes, that I'm discussing tariff R.S. the residential service, so I appreciate you pointing that out. And if any of these questions are more appropriate for Witness Vaughn, we'll defer those to Witness Vaughn, but in that your testimony is to support the year one offset, I'd like to at least see if these are your questions before Mr. Vaughn testifies. You understand where I'm coming from?
Oh, absolutely. Go right ahead.
Okay. So let's look at the implementation for the new rates. You'll have a service charge at $17.50. And let's say a hypothetical, you have a customer that uses 1 kilowatt hour, and with that, under the proposed rates, they would pay 12.265 cents for that kilowatt hour under residential service. That's the proposal.
I think you need to save that question for Witness Vaughn.
Okay, well, let's try this to see if and I apologize. I just, as between you and Witness Vaughn, I'm not sure who's the best to field this, but if you had a situation in which a customer's bill under the proposed rates was, say, $17.62.265, which would be the new rate, is the offset designed such that the effect, the customer is going to be billed that amount, there'll be something on the bill that would say, yes, this is what you would owe, but because of the year one offset, it would effectively be reduced down to the amount they would pay under the current rates, which is a $14 a month service charge and the 9.81 cent per kilowatt hour energy charge. Are you trying to basically get for the year one offset is to have it that the customer usage before the effective date of the new rates and with the effective date of the new rates, it's basically going to look the same for that portion of the customer's bill.
Here's my understanding of it, and again, Mr. Vaughn can help us out when he gets up here. I try to think of it just real simple. And that there would be no increase. It's it's an offset to what the increase would have been. So I'm not sure if there would be anything else on the bill besides tariff FTC. That's our proposal, would be to use that mechanism to credit the customers such that there would be no increase in the first year.
Okay, and again, this may be appropriate for Mr. Vaughn, but in terms of your understanding, and there is at least a portion of the bill, of all the billing elements that go into the total balance due from the customer, there's a portion of the bill associated with the service charge, which is fixed, and a portion of the bill associated with the energy charge, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so in terms of that year one offset, is the year one offset to, if this is within your field, is that year one offset granular such that not only would the amount that the customer would pay stay the same, keep basically defer the rate increase for a year, but is it granular such that the customer, the service charge that customer is going to be required to pay would also stay the same? Or is it basically the customer with no usage is still going to get billed that proposed $17.50 to be offset down to $14?
At that kind of a granular level, Witness Vaughn can answer that.
Okay, and I'm going to ask.
I apologize. I just don't have that kind of detail.
No, it's quite all right. There's no apology necessary. It's quite all right. We'll ask those questions to Mr. Vaughn. I think we can maybe wrap this up with you with just a couple of more questions with regard to the excess unprotected ADIT. Okay, now, in terms of the company's approach to utilizing the excess unprotected ADIT, is any of that amount that's going to be used designed for the purpose of preserving the current compensation rate for customers who are under the net metering service 2 tariff? The new tariff is coming in. Is the compensation rate completely divorced from any application of the benefit of the excess unprotected ADIT?
I'm sorry, sir. I do not know, but I'm sure Mr. Vaughn does.
Sure. And again, it's quite all right. And at this stage, appreciate your answers. And so with that, we'll have some questions for Mr. Vaughn. Thank you so much, Mr. West.
Thank you.
Mr. Fitzgerald, do you have questions of this witness?
I do, Mr. Chairman. I have quite a few, though. Is it your pleasure to go ahead and break?
Now, I was going to ask if you said yes, I was going to ask how extensive your examination might be, because otherwise we can break for lunch at this time and then come back. So I gather.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you've got a lot of questions, or a number of questions. So let's just take our lunch break now and come back at 1:15. All right? We'll be in recess.
That sounds like a plan. Thank you.
We'll be in recess until 1:15. Ready? Okay, we're back on the record. Are the parties ready to continue? Mr. Fitzgerald?
Kentucky Power is, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Fitzgerald, there you are.
Yes,
This
Your Honor.
is your turn at cross-examination of Mr. West.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've switched to a computer that was built within this century, so hopefully things will be a little bit better. Mr. West, I want to make sure that you're the right person to ask these questions. So let me first, you and Mr. Blankenship were listed as witnesses on AMI. Are you comfortable answering some questions about AMI deployment?
I apologize, I had the mic off. Yes, sir.
Okay, wonderful. And you and Mr. Vaughn were both listed as witnesses concerning the grid modernization. Is it to you or to Mr. Vaughn that I should direct questions about the method of cost recovery and the use of a rider rather than folding it into a base rate case, and what those impacts will be in terms of the rates for customers? Is that Mr. Vaughn's area?
Well, to the first part, I believe I can answer that. As far as
Just a
impact,
second. Excuse me, my co-counsel was making it.
sure.
I've had law partners like that, Mr. Fitzgerald. I know the problem.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, Dog is my co-pilot over here, and he is being a little noisy. Okay, back to, should I ask Mr. Vaughn or you about the rate and design of the new net metering tariff?
Oh, Mr. Vaughn for the net metering tariff. Sir.
Okay, great. And what about the voluntary TO day, time of day tariff and the proposed changes on that? Is that Mr. Vaughn also?
Yes.
Okay, and then finally, the declining block rate and the costs and benefits of flex pay, is that for you, or is that something I should direct to Mr. Vaughn?
The first part to Mr. Vaughn, and flex pay to me.
Okay. Okay, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, so let's get started if we could. Under the grid modernization rider, and you said you're okay answering questions on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and if there's some that you're not comfortable with, let's kick them over to Mr. Vaughn. Okay, he's batting cleanup here apparently. So under the proposed rider, will a customer pay for the installation and deployment of the AMI infrastructure before they have one installed in their own residence potentially?
Yes, the per meter charge would start at the time that we start the implementation of the meters.
Okay, so is it possible then that a customer will have to pay for that infrastructure for up to several years while seeing no direct benefits?
It's possible, but those customers will still get those benefits when the meters are installed.
Okay, and are there indirect benefits that they will accrue before they actually have their own meter?
Are there indirect benefits? Could you be more specific about
Yeah,
that?
well, are the improvement in the grid overall, does that benefit a customer who doesn't yet have a meter?
I think any improvement to the grid overall would benefit our customers, yes.
Okay, and that should be considered in your estimation in determining the value of this technology?
Considered in the value. What do you mean exactly by that?
Well, what I mean is there's a suggestion, are there system-wide benefits you think from deploying the technology?
There will be reliability benefits. Certainly,
Okay.
I believe Mr. Blankenship talked about those this morning.
Okay, and you think those should be considered?
Well, when you say considered, what?
Well, in terms of the commission determining what the value of this technology will be.
I think the commission will look favorably on any improvement in reliability on Kentucky Power's system. And I think
Okay.
our customers would look favorably upon that too.
Okay. Am I correct that the ability to recover costs more quickly under a rider is a financial benefit to the company?
More concurrent recovery, it reduces regulatory lag, sure. In this case, it's an alternative mechanism to help the company with cash flow. I believe some of our other witnesses have talked about the deferrals that were approved in the 2017 case, and that's put a strain on some of the company's metrics. And one of those was cash flow. And that's one of the benefits of a grid modernization rider, as we proposed, is it can help with more current recovery and cash flow.
Okay, and that in turn is requiring more payment by ratepayers more quickly. Is that correct?
Well, what it does is every time we have a rate case, there's usually a larger spike. When we come in for a rate case, and say that's every 3 years, every 4 years, something like that. What a rider has the benefit of being able to do is smooth out some of those increases where you may have a smaller increase each year, a smaller increase each year, and over time, the customers absorb that easier than large spikes. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, but I'm wondering if you depreciate the asset over its useful life, are you going to see a large spike?
If we depreciate the asset over its useful life.
Right, you amortize the value and then you charge over a more extended period of time. You're not going to see really a spike, are you?
So are you asking if the recovery period, like the implementation period of 4 years for the GMR, are you asking if it would be over the whole life of the asset, if that would be less of an impact?
Mm-hmm. Less of a spike.
I think if you do the math on it, yeah, it would be less of a spike. Okay. But still, the assets will be depreciated over their useful life.
Right, but they're going to be paid for within the first 4 years, even though they have a useful life of 15.
I'm not certain about that, Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Vaughn could help answer that question, I think.
Okay, that's what we'll do. Do you know whether the math has been done that the company will receive sufficient benefits from AMI to eventually cover the costs for deploying it?
Well, when you're looking at obsolete technology, and I know I'll repeat some of these things, but Mr. Blankenship mentioned 70 or 75% of them are at their end of their useful life, and 10% failure rates. When you're looking at technology like that, it's really not particularly useful to spend the money to hire a consultant to do a cost-benefit analysis on it, when the answer is you need to replace this, and we need to find what the least cost alternative to replace it is. So in this scenario, I think it was far more prudent not to spend money on a cost-benefit analysis when we already know the answer. The answer is the least cost alternative, and that's an implementation of AMI. And that brings all those other benefits with it. It's like the icing on the cake, all the benefits of AMI.
Well, I guess I'm more wondering, when you have budgetary constraints the way that your customers do, whether replacing the existing generation of meters with let's say, a good, competent car that'll get you from here to there rather than a Cadillac might be more prudent. Now, you said the least cost alternative is deployment of AMI, but the testimony earlier was you could deploy the next generation of SCM plus AMR meters for about to 15 million less and defer the installation of AMI to the next generation of meters?
Well, what my understanding was of Mr. Blankenship's testimony was that you have a situation where, yes, the 22 million would be the estimated cost to go to the SCM Plus platform, but you're looking at one manufacturer in the country that even makes that meter. And I believe Mr. Blankenship also said that there are no current manufacturers making the meters that we are currently using.
Right.
So much like electromechanical meters, nobody makes those anymore. The industry standard moved to AMR, and then now the industry standard has moved to AMI. And it's only a matter of time before that one manufacturer decides, hey, we're out of the game now. We're all AMI. That's the industry standard. And what Mr. Blankenship was saying is that I would have to spend $22 million, and then at an indeterminate period, I've got to spend $37 million then to go to AMI, and that's far more expensive than just doing AMI right now.
Well, you say an indeterminate period. The AMR meters have a warranted life and a useful life of about 15 years, don't they? And a warranted life of less, but a useful life of 15?
Well, I assume so, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that there's a big risk in putting all your eggs in the basket of one manufacturer. And you don't know when they're going to stop making those. I think that the prudent thing to do is consider very heavily that risk.
And I appreciate that that's what the company thinks is prudent, absent a cost-benefit analysis. But I guess what I'm wondering is, well, let's just leave it. Let's leave it at that. I think you've made your point, and hopefully I've confused mine enough. Let's switch. Well, let me just ask this to wrap up this section. Given that the company has yet to identify a technology, which presumably will be a technology from one vendor ultimately, and there is no hard cost that has been quantified, and there's no demonstration that the actual benefits anticipated actually exceed the costs. Given all of that, don't you think it's more appropriate from a commission standpoint for the company to select the technology, deploy it, and seek to recover those costs over the useful life of the assets in future rate cases when they're actually used and useful, and when the prudence of that investment can be defended?
I think the way that I would answer that is that the time is now. Mr. Blankenship, I'm sure, talked about that we're at a crossroads here where we have to do something. I don't believe we can wait any longer. We must make a decision now on this situation. And as far as the, I believe you said we were looking at two technologies, right? That's what Mr. Blankenship had testified to.
Right.
And the AEP system has over 3.2 million AMI meters. We know pretty much what these estimates are, okay? Yes, we're working with those two vendors to get estimates, but it's not like we've never done this before. And all of the benefits that we talk about in our testimony, whether it's Ms. Wiseman or myself or Mr. Blankenship, these are benefits that we've seen in all of our jurisdictions that currently deploy AMI. So I would disagree with the way you said that. I think that we do know the benefits. I think we do have a good handle on the costs.
Okay, well, given that, you've got the experience of other companies within the AEP family, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, do you know whether they got approval from their respective commissions without a cost-benefit analysis, and whether they got approval as a rider as opposed to in base rate recovery?
Honestly, I'm not familiar with how the other companies did that.
Okay, well, thank you. I don't mean to put too fine a point on this, Mr. West, but isn't the company in essence seeking a blank check from the ratepayers accounts for a future shopping trip?
Are you referring to our AMI proposal?
Yeah.
No, I don't think I would think about it that way. We have, as I said, we've got to make a decision. We need to do something. And Mr. Blankenship and his team have done everything they can to get the estimates as accurate as possible from these two technologies. And I believe he explained that, you know, there were a couple other companies in the AEP system that were looking at some of these technologies too. And part of the reason for that is we want to make sure that we get the best system for the money and what's going to work best for Kentucky Power. So we're working with those two companies to get the best estimates possible. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's fine. Let's switch gears, and that's a fair response. Let me ask, is it fair to state that the reason that Kentucky Power is here in this rate case is primarily because it hasn't been able to realize the allowed rate of return from the last rate case?
I would say that it's twofold. In Mr. Madison's testimony, certainly there's a table of earned ROEs, and they continue down and down and down. So those numbers are a reason that we're in for this rate case. But we're also here for our customers. You know, I had my career started out in customer service 30 years ago. And I worked in, probably 10, 12 years in customer service. So I learned a lot working with customers. That's what we're in the business for here. So I would say that we're here for the company, but we're here for the customers too. And with AMI and the critical situation we're in around, you know, our AMR system and needing to do something, that there's just such a host of benefits that AMI can offer customers and the FlexPay program along with it, that we think this is the right thing to do for customers.
Okay. Is the reason for the decline of, or the inability to achieve the allowed rate of return? My understanding Mr. Madison's testimony and the other witnesses that it's a loss of industrial customers, decline in the coal market spurred by natural gas and renewables, and an overall loss of customers due to outmigration, as well as a decline in per capita demand. Is that correct?
I don't have Mr. Madison's testimony in front of me presently, but I do believe that those were some of the ones that were listed, yes. Okay, and the proposal, as I understand it, is to increase the allowable ROE, according to the witness, McKenzie's Mr. McKenzie's testimony, is that a higher ROE is necessary to attract investment. Is that, do you concur with that? Did you say to attract investment?
Yeah, investment in the company.
Yeah, in general, you know, as an investor, I think you want to invest in a strong company, a company that shows that that they can earn a fair return. So I think that's fair.
Okay, so the effect of this from the ratepayer standpoint is that they are going to be footing a higher bill with higher rates, higher allowable rate of return while using less electricity. Is that correct?
I don't know that they'll be using less electricity. That having more information available to them, as we've discussed with AMI, certainly provides our customers the opportunity to engage more in their bill and control it more. But I apologize. I don't feel like I'm answering your question.
No, that's okay.
Okay.
No, that's fine. That's fine. What have you figured, or would this be for Mr. Vaughn? What do you anticipate the effect will be of increased rates and deployment of AMI through the rider on residential customers? What will their reaction be? Will they use more? Will they use less?
I think the customers will have the opportunity, again, with the interval data, to engage and identify where their usage is at, really. You know, the way I think about it is you have a situation right now where you really don't know what you're using on a daily basis until you get your bill. And that's one reading a month, right? AMI has the ability to notify you when you have a high bill. I mean, if it's higher by, so much over the day before. And, one of the things that I think is great about that is, and I used to run into this back early in my career, where a customer would install a heat pump, is the example I can think of. And for some reason it malfunctioned, and the customer didn't know it was malfunctioning until they got their bill. And, it was like $800. And that's just the example. I can't remember what it actually was. But it was a high bill. And when you have the technology like AMI that can identify those things and alert you, within a day or two that, hey, you've got a problem, you can save that customer a lot of headache with that kind of power.
Okay. Leaving aside the opportunity by getting more real-time data to determine if your equipment is malfunctioning, and do you anticipate that having access to this data, which was described by Mr. Blankenship as empowering the customer, what benefit is that information to them unless they are going to try to modify or reduce their consumption in response to it?
Well, I think that is the benefit. It provides them the opportunity to do it where they don't have that now.
Okay.
Okay.
That's what I was trying to get a sense of. In the current state of affairs for Kentucky Power, how is it sustainable that we are going to possibly increase meter charges, increase energy charges, and put a grid modernization rider on top of that is going to potentially cause less consumption? How is that sustainable for the company when the reason we're here in the first place is because of declining sales and lower usage?
Would you care to ask that one more time, sir?
No, don't worry about it. Let's just let that go. Let me just ask one last question on rate, and this may be something for Mr. Vaughn. Do you know whether the company has considered reworking its rate design to align the ratepayers' interests in lower utility costs with the company's interest in staying whole and healthy? Because basing it on the viability of sales of increasingly expensive electricity and on technology intending to make people use less of that electricity doesn't seem to be a sustainable model.
I don't know if any analysis has been done on that with respect to rate design.
Okay, I'll check with Mr. Vaughn on that. Okay, so we net metering, you think I need to talk to Mr. Vaughn, that's right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, great. I'm just scrolling down here because we may be closer to being done than
Okay.
I had anticipated. Give me just a minute here. Okay, and time of day rates also, Mr. Vaughn?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then the declining block was also him, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, FlexPay. Do you know the raw number and percent of customers who have been disconnected during the test year for non-paying bills?
Okay, so Kentucky Power test year, disconnected for non-pay. Is that right?
Yeah.
I think for total, it's just a shade under 11,000, and for residential, I think it was around 10,400.
Okay, great. And am I correct in understanding that Kentucky Power has not, to date, performed any studies regarding the impact of a FlexPay program on the incidence of disconnections?
Yeah, that would be right. We haven't done any studies. What we did is talk to one of our sister companies, Public Service Company of Oklahoma, who has I think they've had a FlexPay. It's in my testimony, but I think it's been since 2015 or 2016. They've had a lot of great things from their customers to say about that program. So we talked a lot with them when we were trying to put this together.
Okay, and did I misunderstand the testimony that the program in Oklahoma actually saw an increase in disconnections for customers who used a FlexPay option?
Yeah, initially, this is my understanding, initially it did, and they, as far as I know, PSO didn't do any studies on it either, like to determine why that was, but the popular thought, and I tend to agree with this, is that customers, that it's sort of a step change, if you will, from the way that we normally do, with post-pay billing, where a customer is more on FlexPay. They're more accustomed to paying, say, smaller amounts more frequently instead of paying a larger amount once a month. And until they kind of get the hang of it, they saw an increase in those disconnections early on until a customer kind of got accustomed to it. But the great thing about that is that there's no reconnect fee, there's no late fees, there's no deposits charged, and all the customer has to do to get reconnected is pay enough to get a positive balance on their account, and then they're reconnected within 15 minutes. So I would attribute it more to kind of an education issue of just kind of getting used to how the program works.
Okay, if you mean that's the Oklahoma, that's why you saw an increase initially?
Yeah, and that like I said, that came from a conversation I'd had with one of our folks out in Oklahoma.
Okay, two last areas I'd like to ask about. Are you the person to ask about the commercial customers and the Delta three-phase service, the current service, or is that something for Mr. Vaughn?
Well, I did have something in my rebuttal testimony. Is that what
you did on page 14, I think.
Page 14?
Yeah, and I just wanted to follow up on that if you're comfortable with it.
I'll try to help you. I'm not an engineer, but I talked to a couple of folks to find out what your concern was.
Okay.
and this is what we came up with.
Wonderful, wonderful. I'm not an engineer either, and I didn't spend Holiday Inn Express last night either. So we'll try to muddle through it together. In your rebuttal testimony, you mentioned that the Kentucky Power requirement is that commercial customers with a Delta 3-phase service are going to have to upgrade to a Y 3-phase service. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what the requirement is.
Okay, and is the Delta service available now to any new customers?
I apologize, I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
I just know that it's a safety concern, for the customer system, for our line personnel, and we take that pretty seriously. So we want to make sure that everything is safe.
Sure.
For us and the customer.
Absolutely. I think safety is a paramount concern. How many existing Delta service accounts are in the Kentucky Power territory now? Do you know?
I do not know, sir.
Okay. And do you know whether NMS, the net metering customers have had to date, have had to pay for the upgrade from Delta to Y?
I do not know.
Okay. All right. Well, then that's fair enough. I won't ask any more questions about that. Just the last couple of questions. Mr. Madison had discussed AEP's commitment to reducing carbon emissions by 80% by 2050 and aspires to even greater reduction, zero emissions. Experts on the energy transition have identified the electrification of energy loads and the expansion of renewables as a key strategy for carbonization on a large scale. Has the company evaluated the potential for increasing customer load and accelerating Mr. Madison's goals by incentivizing electrification of the customer loads?
What was that last word you said, sir? Electrification of customer
loads.
Loads.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not aware that any analysis or study has been done to that effect.
Okay, well, that's fair enough. And Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your indulgence. Mr. West, thank you very much. It's been a good conversation. I've learned some things.
Thank you.
Mr. Miller, for Sierra Club, any cross-examination?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just a few questions. Hi there, Mr. West. My name's Matt Miller with Sierra Club. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Not too bad. Just a few questions for you, depending on whether you're able to answer them. Do you oversee environmental regulatory compliance as part of your responsibilities?
I mean, with respect to filings at the commission, I'm certainly would be involved in that, but the details behind it would be another group.
All right. I think that let me try a couple questions, and I think that may be enough to answer. But let me try them out. Mr. Madison indicated earlier this week orally that Kentucky Power will initiate a docket with the Commission seeking approval of its ELG's compliance plan for Mitchell. And I recall him saying the first few months of 2021. I'm just curious if you're involved in that, and if you happen to know more precisely when that will be filed.
I have been on a few calls where we've talked about the potential for that filing. We are talking about sometime in the first quarter, is my understanding. I'm sorry.
No, that's perfectly fine. So, and we won't get into the details, but I just want to ask, we learned that apparently the company will be proposing to select from, among other options, to make capital investments at Mitchell to maintain the plant as coal-fired past 2028 and through the 2030s. At least that will be the proposal. Is it safe to say that Kentucky Power's analysis of the economics of that option features some projected capacity factor as an assumption at which the coal-fired units would operate into the future?
Honestly, I can't speak to what was included in the analysis, sir. I apologize.
That's all right. The ELGs and CCR rule do not directly regulate carbon emissions, do they?
Again,
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object. This is far outside the scope of this rate case. He's asking about a filing that has not even been made.
That was going to be my last question. Is I just wanted to get some clarity on a matter that was raised by a couple of the commissioners and that Mr. Madison did speak to, and there wasn't an objection at that time.
Now, you can answer the question if you know.
Would you care to restate your question, Mr. Miller?
Sure, I'm just wondering, can you confirm that the ELGs, the effluent limitation guidelines, and the CCR rule do not directly regulate carbon emissions?
I honestly don't know, sir.
I see. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. West.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Fry, any questions?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chairman Chandler, questions?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. West.
Afternoon.
You have, I have, my desk is nothing but Post-it notes, and a couple of them have push to West on them, where people referred questions to you. So, apologies, as they are going to be all over the place. The first one I'm going to ask, I believe I asked Ms. Wiseman about it. Were your responses and supplemental responses on behalf of the company in case number 2020-00085? Do you remember that? That's the commission's COVID docket?
Yeah, sure.
And do you remember the numbers in general? Do you remember the numbers or the data we were looking at, Ms. Wiseman and I?
Was it around some percentages around customers paying on time?
It was for the residential, commercial, and industrial class?
Yes.
Okay. And we were looking at those, as far as you remember. Do you remember that 2017, there wasn't a complete 12 months of data because of the archiving? Do you remember that?
I believe so. That's right.
But there were full data sets for the on-time pay percentage for 2018 and 2019 as a year. Do you remember that?
I do.
And then it provided each month, January through August, in that supplemental response?
That sounds correct, yes.
So, do you remember that the on-time pay percentage, January through August, was either at a bit higher or a bit lower than the previous 2 or 3 year average? Do you remember that?
I actually don't remember those numbers specifically.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. And just to refresh your memory, I'll bring that Excel document out.
Okay.
Just if you bear with me for a minute. And please let me know when you can see my screen, Mr. West.
Okay, not yet.
Should be coming.
Oh, there it is.
Okay. And the what we were looking at, Ms. Wiseman and I, were 1-9 of this supplemental attachment. Do you remember this? We'll zoom in.
Make it a little bigger.
Certainly can.
There you go. There you go.
All right. Do you see that the table is percent of customers that pay on time by class?
I do. I see that.
And then there's the 17, 18, and 19 average. Do you see those?
Mm-hmm.
And then, as we discussed, the 17 is not a complete data set because of the archive.
Correct.
Okay. And so at least the 18 and 19, the annual average on-time pay percentage for residential customers was 82.3 and 82.35%. Do you see that?
I do.
And then do you see the figures January through August for the residential customers?
I do.
Okay. And do you remember Ms. Wiseman and I talking about that from the commission's order in March in response to COVID, you're aware that the commission did not allow and does not through the end of the year in a subsequent order allow the assessment of late payment fees for customers, for residential customers?
That's correct.
Okay. So for January and February, those months would likely include would include an on-time pay percentage for customers who would have been at least aware that the tariff or paying with the understanding that the tariff includes a late payment fee, right?
We could assume that some would, yes.
Right. And then at least a portion of March, but through August, there was no late payment fee assessed or allowed to be assessed to those customers, correct?
That is correct.
And would you agree that the on-time pay percentage did not materially change through those months when there was no late payment fee assessed?
I would agree that it didn't seem to move around too much. And my take on it is that, there's customers that like to pay on time will pay on time, and they don't want to incur a late fee. And I'll tell you right now, I'm married to someone like that. My wife would sooner poke her eye out than dare to incur a late fee. She'll mail a payment 2 weeks ahead of time to make sure that there is no chance that she'll incur a late fee. So I think that the late fee for 80% of our customers is effective at incenting them to pay on time. And anecdotally,
Well, if it affects behavior, then why in the absence of the late fee did behavior not change?
I think that is probably because typically you're not going to just stop what you've been doing for 50 years, or the mindset that you have that I don't want to be late. I want to make sure that I'm paid on time. I don't think that would affect, where somebody would just decide, well, I'm going to slack off these next so many months because the commission says they're not going to, charge me any, and then I'll start up again. It's my opinion that's not likely.
Okay. Do you know if that's the case for commercial and industrial customers in the company's territory?
I don't know.
Okay. No, that's okay. We can just look and see about the data that we have, right, on that subject. Do you see the Excel spreadsheet?
I do.
Do you see that there was, at least through August, there was I would call it a material reduction in the on-time pay percentage for commercial and industrial customers?
And I think that part of the, the effects of the pandemic, I'm sure, had effects on those customers. And I'm sure they wanted to pay on time. A lot of them wanted to pay on time and continue as they always had, but probably found themselves in a situation where they couldn't.
And do you not think that's the case for for Kentucky Power's residential customers?
I think it could be. I'm just giving you my opinion on, based on personal knowledge. I'm sure there were some customers that wanted to pay on time and they could not for whatever reason. But I feel strongly that there are a lot of people that it's in their mindset, and as long as they can do it, they will continue to pay on time.
Okay. And do you remember Ms. Wiseman's when she was company's attorneys provided a redirect to Ms. Wiseman, where she was asked about? I think it was Ms. Wiseman that said that maybe she didn't think that it did have an impact, but on redirect, she was asked specifically about the other uses for having a late payment fee. Do you remember her being asked and answering that question?
Vaguely, I don't remember what her answer was.
Well, she did mention that it reflects, I believe, and goodness, something about accounts receivable. That it reflects the cost of the accounts receivable.
I generally recall that, yes.
Okay, so let me ask this. In your opinion, given your position at Kentucky Power, what's the purpose of the late payment penalty fee?
Well, I believe it does. The purpose is to, one, incent customers to pay on time, and two, to pay towards some of the fees that were referenced by company witness Weissman.
Okay, and do you know what the company does with its accounts receivables?
We factor our accounts receivables, meaning we sell them to AEP credit.
And when do you all do that?
I think that those are done on a daily basis, since we, whenever we're reading meters, we're billing customers that night. I'm really not the expert on this. I think that, I'm not sure who is. I apologize. I don't have a whole lot of knowledge on that.
Well, I asked Miss Wiseman about it, and she did defer to you. And on redirect, the company's attorneys asked her questions about what other purposes it serves, and she said that paraphrasing here, it reflects the cost of past due receivables. But if the company sells their account receivables each day, then what is the cost of past due receivables?
And then what is the cost of what?
Well, she said something about past due receivables, right? If somebody hasn't paid, let me ask you this way: if somebody hasn't paid, right? If you charge somebody for something, and not even talking about the company, right? You're a handyman, and you do a job for them, and you have done the job, and then you send them the bill, right? You've already had the capital outlay, or you've already done the work, right? And so every day it takes for them to pay you, you're effectively financing that, right? That's a real cost. Whether it's an opportunity cost or whatever it may be, that's a real economic cost to the person who has sent the invoice, right?
Okay.
Okay. But imagine the day that person sends the invoice out, they immediately sell that account receivable to somebody else and they get paid. They don't have any concern anymore how long it takes to get recovered, right? They don't have any economic cost going forward. Wouldn't that be the case for the companies?
Well, what we've seen, though, is an increase in the amount of delinquencies, the increase in uncollectibles, and it's my understanding there's a collection experience fee that is charged. And I guess the larger the outstanding debt is, in the bad debt expense, the uncollectibles, the higher that collection experience fee is. So in a way, that's like a carrying charge for a company, for a company that factors their receivables, it's the equivalent, that's how I think of it anyway, the equivalent of a carrying charge.
If a person is struggling to pay their bill at the due date, is it your experience that they're going to be more able to pay their bill following the due date and after the assessment of additional fees?
I don't know. It depends on a lot of factors, I would think.
And is it your experience that as rates go up, that as a general matter, people are more able to afford their bills?
Again, that depends on a lot of factors. One bill could go up, one bill could go down. There could be a change in any number of things that would affect whether a customer can afford that bill or not.
But Mr. West, holding all other things equal, the more expensive something is, the less affordable it is, right? That's intuitive.
Well, it depends on the customer, I think, or the situation.
Okay, so I guess the only other chance I have on the issue in terms of the account receivables would be Mr. Vaughn. Is that a fair assessment?
I don't know if Mr. Vaughn knows a lot about that. I honestly don't know, but you can certainly ask.
Okay. So commission staff was asking you earlier about the EEI dues. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. And the actual expenses, you went through an Excel spreadsheet with Ms. Vinsel. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And I think it was, excuse me for a second, response to an Excel spreadsheet attachment to in response to KPSC 2-47. And I'll bring it up here in a minute, but is that what you remember it being that attachment to?
Yes.
And that's where that $88,000 sum was related to EEI dues? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason I'm asking big picture to start off with, the data there was provided by Ms. Scott and Ms. Whitney. I think they were the respondents to the data request, right? My question is different. Rather than the people who were able to provide the data, who is supporting the reasonableness of recovering the expenses included in those Excel spreadsheets? Does that question make sense?
I think so. Who supports the reasonableness of recovering the 88,000?
Right. You addressed the 88,000 in your rebuttal testimony. So I take it as with the 88,000, you're the one supporting the reasonableness of the recovery, correct?
I would say that's fair.
Okay. And I'm just curious, the other expenses in that document, not in terms of, Ms. Whitney worked for AEPSC, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And she was able to provide the data and her role as an accountant on behalf of Kentucky Power, right?
That's right.
And Ms. Scott works for you, correct?
Yes, she does.
Okay, and in your role in this case, it's not your expectation that either of those two people are necessarily able to speak to the company's ability to argue that the individual costs included in that are reasonable for recovery. Does that make sense?
It makes sense.
So would you be the witness that would be available to discuss some of those, the reasonableness of some of those expenses?
I can certainly try, if you'd like to.
Well,
go ahead.
No. Let's bring. If it's okay with you, instead of I'm trying to make sure it's you, but we'll bring them up and we can talk about them. And if you can talk to them specifically, that would be great. But I'm trying to understand, having seen them, why it's reasonable for customers to pay them. And I assume that getting down to the nitty gritty would be you or Mr. Vaughn that can maybe speak to that. Is that fair?
It is, and I don't know that I'm going to get down into the nitty gritty, as you say. But we would be more than happy to work on any post-hearing data requests if that would help too.
Well, no, I appreciate that, but these are costs that you've proposed in your application for recovery, right?
Yes, it's my understanding they're costs that are normally included in the cost of service.
Well, and that's what I wanted to ask about. So I'll share my screen here for some of them. But some of them are business development costs. Please let me know when you can see my screen. And I will zoom in, I promise.
I could see it, but...
Okay. So we'll go to... Oh, maybe I zoomed in too much. Excuse me.
No, that's good.
All right. So we'll go down here to... sorry, just let me scroll here for a minute to the line we were talking about earlier so we can get our bearings. Like the 232 Edison Electric Institute, $88,361.34. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so when we're talking about costs that were historically included in the company's cost of service, you mentioned earlier that following your reading of some of the intervener testimony, you became aware that historically the commission had denied a larger portion of, for instance, EEI dues than the company had proposed in this case, right?
I remember reading that, yes.
Okay, and so when you say that these are the costs that were historically included in the company's cost of service, that may not necessarily be the case, correct?
Honestly, it could be. And as I said, I wasn't included in or involved in the last rate case to know that history.
Okay, but like for instance, advertising expenses. Is it your understanding that advertising expense is ordinarily a recoverable expense for a monopoly utility regulated by the Public Service Commission?
Well, if it has to do with safety, it would.
Okay, and what is that assertion based on?
It's my understanding that safety-related messaging and advertising are recoverable in the cost of service, and other types of advertising are not.
Perfect. And so that would be your basis then for this particular advertising, that it's safety based?
I honestly don't know what is included in this advertising line.
Okay. And then down here for public opinion, do you see that column G for these public opinion when described? They're public opinion surveys completed by MSR Group.
I do see it, and as I said, it was my understanding that these were normal costs that were included in the cost of service.
Okay. And then, let's see down here. Additional advertising, more advertising in the Daily Independent, Appalachian News. Is it your testimony that this $59,000 in advertising is all safety related?
What are those? Those are like Kentucky Press Services?
Right, intercompany billing, Daily Independent, Appalachian News. This entire section here is $59,820.04.
Now we had, my team had gone through and eliminated all of the ones that we didn't feel, I'm sorry. My team went through and did make an adjustment in this case for the advertising that we felt didn't apply, and we took it out.
Okay, but to the question I asked you earlier about who's supporting the reasonableness of it, could you understand that maybe the commission never gets that distinction?
Well, I guess with respect to the the adjustment that we made in the case, whichever witness sponsored that, if that was witness Scott, then she was testifying as to the reasonableness for the ones that were still standing after we removed the ones that were not.
Okay.
I've just got when it comes to the EEI stuff, I'm just not, I'm not sure who would have that kind of, specific knowledge of every advertising thing that they did and that was included in those, that were included in those line items.
Okay. And then I just want to go real quickly here. So beyond the public opinion, then we have a number of things here, like between lines 225 and 229, there's the Kentucky Chamber of Commerce. There's a lot of stuff on here that's just AEP bills, intercompany billing, Southeastern Electric Exchange, and all of these are under the category of, to get through them, there's quite a few, of miscellaneous general expenses. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And so do you know who would have supported these as being reasonable to recover from customers?
We included what we felt was reasonable to recover from customers. And what I mean by that, Your Honor, is we went through a list and removed all the ones that we thought were not appropriate to recover. So what remains on the list is what we thought. Now, we can certainly do some more research on those and digging if that'll help.
No, what I want to ask is, in the company case in chief, where did you all explain how these costs are appropriate for recovery?
I don't know that we addressed that specifically in any Q&A or discovery response. I don't remember if we did.
Well, and maybe it's unfair for me to ask you on the stand to point to a multi-thousand, 10, 15, 20, whatever many thousand pages it is or something. But if the commission asked, if we asked staff to ask in a post-hearing discovery response, where in the record the company, put forward the argument as to why the recovery of these expenses is reasonable or why these are appropriate and the other ones are not, could the company point us to those if it's in the record?
We can certainly look and see where it might be in the record, yes.
I appreciate that. And with the 24% and 13% that were discussed earlier in regards to the EEI dues, do you understand that, is it your understanding that those are amounts or percentages required under IRS rules for deductibility purposes?
I honestly don't know, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
You don't remember reading that on the EEI invoice where it specifically said that this is for tax purposes?
I don't really remember reading that.
That's fine. So why is the company proposing the first year offset for using the accelerated amortization of the unprotected excess ADITs?
Primarily, we're offering that as a mitigation effort for customers to absorb that first year increase, allowing more time for the economy to come back and the effects of the pandemic to die down. It was a reasonable mitigation effort. It was one that we thought would be meaningful to customers and would help, honestly.
So do you think that I just want to make sure I understand, the proposal to offset a portion of the second year then is unreasonable?
Well, I had mentioned that in my rebuttal testimony, and witness Messner had talked about the extra pressure that the time length would put on the company's credit metrics. I guess, in general, if it's a shorter period of time, there's less of an effect. And that's why we were pretty comfortable staying with the 1 year and willing to take a little pain for that. We know that it may result in a little additional hurt on financial metrics for the company, but I think it's the right thing to do for customers.
Okay. And by the right thing, you just mean the first year offset. You don't agree that offsetting a second portion of the second year is the right thing to do.
Well, I guess it's a level of tolerance, like I said, we're willing to do as much as we possibly can for our customers. And they're the reason that we're in business. And we felt pretty comfortable at 1 year, just not any further than that.
Well, and the willingness, I do have a question on that as it relates to the capacity charge. Do you remember me asking Mr. Madison about the company's proposal as it relates to the capacity charge?
I do.
Okay, and do you know, Mr. Madison's testimony is that the company is only willing to forego the capacity charge for the next, 2 years if the company's application as filed is accepted in total by the Public Service Commission. Do you remember that?
I do. I remember.
Okay, and does that continue through this hearing? Continue to be the company's position?
Let me ask you a clarifying question. There were some other adjustments, I think, and were you maybe referring to something in our rebuttal testimony where Mr. Vaughn had made a couple of changes?
Well, there's two questions
of it.
One, the two separate questions then, based on that. The first one is it the company's proposal that that it's only going to offer this up if the commission approves the application as filed, or is because that's what Mr. Madison's testimony says, as filed. I think the rebuttal even says as filed. Or is the company's proposal that they will only give it up if the commission approves everything the company asks for as amended?
I understand the question, and I remember Mr. Madison saying as filed. I do believe that we would have to take those amendments into consideration, though.
Okay, so you're saying that due to the company's amendments in this case, the company no longer necessarily takes a position as it relates to the capacity charge?
No, I didn't say that. I said I think that we would have to take the amendments into consideration.
Okay, let me ask then. Based on knowing that you all made amendments, right, what is the company's position?
I think the company's position would be that instead of the as filed, I believe it was the way you asked it, the as filed or as amended, which one are you saying? That we would still be, the capacity charge would still be conditional on the as amended, is the way I'm saying.
So, and that's a 10% ROE, the grid modernization rider, a CPCN for AMI, the 10 point something million dollar excess accelerated amortization for the bills as of some point in June, the increase in the customer charge, and the net metering tariffs as filed. Oh, and avoided cost rate as amended in Mr. Vaughn's rebuttal testimony. Is that the company's proposal?
That sounds like a fairly comprehensive list, yes.
Okay. I was curious about do you remember the questions that Mr. Spinard was asking you earlier regarding the first year offset?
Yes, generally.
Okay, but something you may be getting to, and I'll try to ask this more directly. The purpose of the offset is to make customers as a whole indifferent to the increase, right?
That's right. It's to absorb that first year increase.
But because of the proposed proposed change in the rate design, it may not necessarily hold each individual customer harmless. Is that fair?
It's possible. I think Mr. Vaughn needs to address that specifically with you.
Okay. Just a couple more that people have pushed off to you, Mr. West.
Sure.
Most of these say bond beside them. So I just want to make sure still the Illinois Michigan sales should still go to, those questions should still go to Mr. Vaughn?
Yes, sir.
When we talk about the late fees, are you in charge of the company's FRR plan as it relates to Kentucky Power?
I am not. Again, Witness Vaughn would know the most about the FRR plan.
Okay, and as it relates to the IRP, though, are you all planning your resources in the IRP for purposes of meeting your FRR plan or to serve your native load?
I think that Kentucky Power's IRP focuses on planning for its native load.
Okay, so the wind, or forget the wind, the solar, for instance, right? Solar occurs, solar is, as a generalization, Mr. Horton and I were talking about this, generalization, solar is better in the summer and better when it's sunny outside, right? As a general matter.
I remember those. Yeah, I remember those questions. Yes.
Okay, and when Kentucky Power peaks, it's ordinarily in the winter, correct?
Yes, it's normally in the winter, like in the early morning.
Early morning.
A lot of electric heat.
Dark?
Yeah, probably. We have a lot of electric heating customers.
So as it relates to meeting Kentucky Power's peak demand, solar would have little ability to contribute, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. But Kentucky Power, but PJM, do you understand PJM to be generally a summer peaking utility or a summer peaking RTO?
Generally, yes.
Okay, and so for the FRR, do you remember me and Mr. Horton talking about how the FRR plan is required to be planned to meet PJM's peak?
I remember that discussion, but I'm afraid I can't offer a whole lot here, Your Honor.
So can
Mr. Vaughn is probably better. Go ahead.
We have an IRP hearing fairly soon, so if I was hoping to have 20 witnesses or 21 with Mr. Carlin, that we would be able to find somebody who worked on the FRR plan of this hearing. But at some point, if Kentucky Power can make somebody available who's in charge of the FRR plan, I would appreciate that.
We will, and like I said, Mr. Vaughn has the knowledge on the FRR plan.
Okay.
Yes.
And then I think the very last set of questions for you, Mr. West. Do you remember me talking to Ms. Whitney about the amortization of the capacity withdrawal, the amortization of the UPA deferrals?
Yeah. I think so.
And we talked about Ms. Whitney referred to the final, it's not the final order, but the January 18th order in case number 17-179 in that regard?
Yes.
Okay, and Ms. Whitney, do you remember her testimony? And I don't want to have to bring it up. We don't have to. I want to save some time. But that it said something about $59 million and then referred to a 5-year amortization and $12 million, an annual $12 million cost. You remember that?
I remember that, yeah.
And would you agree, just to try to move this quickly, that if the company does what the final order in the 2017 rate case allows it to, which is to incur a carrying charge until the complete amortization of that deferral, that the ultimate amortization payments in that 5-year proposal will be more than $12 million?
That is correct. They would be.
And so that $12 million may have just been an oversimplification in her testimony. That's perfectly fine. But what I want to make sure that I understand is the company is proposing to continue to incur carrying charges or defer carrying charges, whatever it may be, but incur carrying charges on that deferral through its proposed 5-year amortization.
Yes,
That's the company's proposal.
I believe it was that way approved in the order, and that would be the company's proposal to.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure that the company in this case is proposing the 5-year amortization, correct?
We are, yes.
Okay, and I just want to make sure I understand the company's proposal in that regard. So I thank you very much, Mr. Wood.
Okay. Thank
Dr.
you.
Matthews, questions?
I don't think there are any questions that are left that can be asked from him, so no.
All right. Mr. Overstreet, redirect.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, but before I do so, could I ask a clarification of the Vice Chairman concerning his request concerning an FRR witness?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Vice Chairman, you indicated you would like a witness who could testify concerning the company's FRR plan. I understood that to be in the December 10 IRP hearing. Is that understanding correct?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Overstreet. At the least, I was actually hoping somebody in this case would be able to, and that's okay if they can't. It just would have been handy for a couple of the questions I had on some of the company's proposals as it relates to the net metering.
Well, Mr. Vaughn has agreed to attempt to answer your questions today.
I very much appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Overstreet.
Thank you.
Mr.
West.
Mr. Overstreet, let me ask a question first. At about
Yes, Your Honor.
At 20 minutes until 3, we're going to have to take a recess for about 20 minutes because the commissioners have to attend to some other business with another state agency. So we would have to take a recess, and I was just wondering if you anticipate your redirect examination will take more than 5 minutes or so. We probably ought to just hold it until we can recess and come back.
Your Honor, I think if we took the time, we could reduce the amount of time for the redirect. So perhaps recess right now.
Yeah, let's just go into recess. We hope to be back by 3 o'clock. And if we get through sooner, maybe we'll try. But let's go into recess until 3 p.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, we're not.
It looks like we might be.
I think we're now back on the record, Mr. Overstreet. Do you have redirect examination for Mr. West?
Yes, I do, Your Honor, and thank you for the opportunity to whittle it down. I think I have two very narrow topics. Mr. West, you were asked a series of questions by the Vice Chairman concerning late payment fees. Do you remember those?
I do.
And during the break, did you have the opportunity to review the company's filings in this case relating to late payment fees?
Yes, I did.
And could you direct the parties and the commission and the staff to the particular filing that details those late payment fees?
I can. This was in the staff's sixth set of data requests. It was item number 9, and this is attachment 1.
And for the test year, what was the amount of the late payment fees collected by Kentucky Power Company?
The late payment fees collected during the test year were $4,066,116.73.
And if the late payment fees were eliminated, what effect would that have on the company's revenue requirement?
The revenue requirement would have to be increased by a like amount.
Okay, thank you. And you also discussed, at least in part, the company's advertising expenses included in its test year. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that addressed in any company witness's testimony?
Yes, sir. During the break, we were able to locate that in Ms. Scott's testimony, and that would be her direct testimony at page 10, work paper 19.
And in rough figures, what percentage of the advertising expenses were eliminated as a result of the procedure described by Ms. Scott?
I believe it was roughly 50%.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Let me just ask one question. I just happened to pick up a minute ago. Been here for a few days. The Martin County newspaper, the Mountain Citizen. Anyway, the headline is Community Center Faced with $51,350 electric bill. And here's what it says. The Roy F. Collier Community Center continues to struggle just to keep the lights on. The biggest bill of the center is facing is for electricity, as the Kentucky Public Service Commission did not approve a bill reduction of $38,000 per the request of Kentucky Power. What's all that about? Is that the other case you filed asking us to, I don't know, do you know?
Mr. Chairman, that's probably a reference to our debt forgiveness filing that we made on May 29th this year.
Yeah, I thought perhaps that's what it was. Well, I suppose I guess the newspaper must have contacted Kentucky Power, who told them that the reason the bill was so high was because we didn't agree to their, I guess, the way you wanted the ADIT money, unprotected money, redistributed. But anyway, I just whatever comment. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May Mr. West be excused, subject to recall?
Yes, Mr. West, you may be excused, and we can, everybody, the most anticipated witness at any and all Kentucky Power hearings is Mr. Vaughn, because he's always the person who everybody relies upon to have the answers that are so elusive. Hey, Ms. Bland, is this Mr. Vaughn?
It is, Your Honor.
Mr. Vaughn, I want to say before I swear you in, I've just said that you're the most anticipated witness in any Kentucky Power case. Over all the years, the 3 years, I guess, that I was here with Vice Chairman Cicero at the time, you received more credit and praise from him than anybody that I think has ever testified during the time he was here because of your knowledge, and you probably remember all of the good things he said about you.
Yes, Your Honor. I actually attached them to my annual review.
In fact, I think he didn't understand why you weren't president of the company. In any event, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Counsel, you may ask.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Vaughn. Will you please state your name and business address for the record?
Alex E. Vaughn, 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio, 43215.
Thank you. By whom are you employed and in what position?
American Electric Power Service Corporation. I am the Director of Regulated Pricing and Renewables.
Thank you. And did you cause to be filed in this proceeding direct testimony, rebuttal testimony, and responses to data requests?
I did.
Do you have any corrections to any of those documents?
I do in my rebuttal testimony. The very last section.
Page 43 of your rebuttal testimony?
That sounds right. There's quite a few of them. Yes, it's the Q&A beginning at line 9. In the answer, in line 14, after FERC Order 872, comma, we need to insert subject to FERC approval, comma, and then then after company we should insert will, and then change has to have, and then on line 16, after company should be changed to will be, and then the entire sentence beginning on line 13 should read, most notable for the company's cogen SPP tariffs is that under FERC Order 872, comma, subject to FERC approval, comma, the company will no longer have a purchase obligation on PURPA qualifying facilities, QFs, up to 20 megawatt. The new QF project purchase obligation for the company will be 5 megawatt and less because it is a member of an RTO, period.
Thank you. Subject to those changes, if you were asked the same questions here today, would your answers to your direct testimony, rebuttal testimony, and data requests you sponsored be the same?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. And are you also sponsoring company hearing exhibit number 1?
I am.
At this time, Your Honor, could staff please project company hearing exhibit number 1?
Travis, did you get that company hearing exhibit number 1?
Ms. Bland, can I ask, while staff is bringing that up, given it negates a couple of my questions, but given the significant change in regards to Mr. Vaughn's rebuttal testimony on Order 872, will the company please file a copy of that amended rebuttal testimony in the record?
We would be happy to, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Would you, just to clarify, would you prefer that we file a corrected version of Mr. Vaughn's rebuttal testimony in its entirety, or would you prefer that we provide a red line of page 43 of his rebuttal testimony? Or does it matter?
I'm indifferent.
Okay.
As long as the corrections are reflected in the written portion of the docket, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you. Mr. Vaughn, you have before you the document that has been identified as company hearing exhibit number 1, and which you just testified you're sponsoring.
Yes, I do.
Can you please describe this document?
Yeah, so what this is a modified version of what would be Section 5, the summary, page 2, and the filing documents, the filing requirements in this case. And basically, it is a summary of the revenue, overall revenue requirement, the various pieces of it. And there are two revisions to that that came up in discovery that we wanted to amend here in this hearing exhibit. First of which, if you're looking at the line numbers on this, would be R1, and in response to staff 6-18, there was a allocation direct assignment issue with a purchase power account. It should have been direct assigned to Kentucky Retail, and it was allocated. So that change would reduce the revenue requirement by that $211,279. And then the next one is in response to a revision to staff 4-65 on storm normalization. The company found a revision was needed there, so that would, in that adjustment W16, so that would reduce the revenue requirement $97,747, taking that into account. So the bottom line total net increase was originally was $65,001,789. The revised amount is $64,692,762.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, Mr. Vaughn is available for cross-examination.
Ms. Bensel, cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Vaughn.
Good afternoon.
I think from what the chairman just said, you might have a second page to attach to your performance reviews. Excuse me. Do you recall in your response to staff 6 request, item 1, and I can bring it up if you'd like me to, staff asked for a detailed list of all rate-based expenses that Kentucky Power will no longer incur following the termination of Rockport UPA in December 2022. And
Yes, I recall that.
okay. And in your response, you had said that the company incurs only purchase power expenses through Rockport UPA, which is recovered through tariff PPA, so there are no expenses in rate base that the company will cease incurring when the UPA terminates. Do you recall that?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Travis, can I have you bring up, it is, I've got it written down so many times. Excuse me. What I'm going to look for is the application section V, exhibit 2. Let me get you that number. Travis, it's document number 12. Can I have you scroll down to the list of adjustments? Can you first go to adjustment 47, and there's an embedded link there in that index? Thank you. And Mr. Vaughn, this is an adjustment W47 that, excuse me, that you sponsored, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and this is adjusting the purchase power expense to, excuse me, I'm sorry, to rate base.
No, it's adjusting purchase power expense in base rates. There are no rate base or capitalized amounts in the company's request for Rockport UPA. And the company's base case here are the revenue requirement, because the UPA is billed to the company through purchase power expense. It's all in 555. I guess I'm making the distinction between rate base, which is assets, and base rates, which are the company's base rates.
I'm sorry, I should have said base rates. Staff was wondering why this adjustment was necessary. If it increases the purchase power expense for changes to the Rockport UPA bills, but why it would be necessary if the Rockport UPA flows through the PPA as opposed to base rates.
So it is still in base. It's still in base rates until the UPA goes away. I guess that discovery request asked about when the UPA terminates, and after that, there's no more base rate cost of service items for Rockport, because in the last rate case, the approved stipulation in that case by the commission has already dealt with kind of the end of the UPA costs. When those go away, they flow through the fixed cost savings, flow through rider PPA, and then we begin to collect the Rockport deferral with the carrying charge through the PPA. So right now, until the UPA terminates, there are base rate costs of Rockport that all shifts to the PPA, and some portion the environmental surcharge, as it will be reduced when the UPA terminates.
Oh, okay. I think I'm following you, but if you don't mind, I want to double check. There's essentially a difference between when the Rockport UPA terminates and when those expenses go away, correct?
I mean, we have deferred expenses from Rockport, so those obviously don't go away, but the billings from AEG company will stop when the Rockport UPA terminates in December of 2022. And the adjustment, W47, that we reference here, I addressed the need for that in my direct testimony on page 48, starting at line 9, and that's because of the operating ratio in the billing calculation. The Unit 2 SCR was not in service during the test year, so there was a large amount of plant and quip, which lowered the amount of return billed to Kentucky Power Company through the UPA. That has since gone into service, increasing the operating ratio in the billing calculation and increasing the amounts billed to Kentucky Power through the UPA. And that is why we needed adjustment W47 to increase base rate purchase power demand costs.
And adjustment in W53, which I know was sponsored by Ms. Whitney, is that a similar circumstance? Travis, can I have you scroll down to W53?
No, again, this was sponsored by company witness Whitney, but my recollection here is that there was a one-time bill credit in the test year that company witness Whitney removed through this adjustment.
And I know in Ms. Whitney's direct testimony, I'll just say it's on page 30, lines 12 through 16, she references that this adjustment also increases purchase power expense.
That's right, because again, some portion of Rockport demand, right now you have Rockport demand costs, Rockport UPA costs being billed to the company.
Mm-hmm.
The environmental amounts are collected through the environmental surcharge.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of the costs are collected through purchase power expense. The demand portion of that is in base rates. And you also have the deferral kind of overlaid over top of that from the last rate case order. And so the amount that isn't deferred or collected through the environmental surcharge is recovered in the company's base rates until the UPA ends.
Okay. I may have a follow-up on that. I'm getting a question out to somebody, so I may have to circle back to that. Speaking of Rockport Unit 2, SCR, and SCR is selective catalytic reduction. When you talked about going back to adjustment W7, and Travis, you can take that off of the screen. Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm getting some directions off screen. We have a couple callers that we need to make sure are muted. For those who are calling in on their phones, please make sure your phones are muted. We're getting feedback from that. Okay, I'm going to start over again, Mr. Vaughn. Going back to adjustment W47, yeah, also in a data response in that 6 data response from commission staff, item 12, you said that adjustment W47 does not include the recovery of Rockport Unit to SCR, and that the operating ratio essentially removes construction work in progress, which is also known as QIP, from rate base calculation. All of that is to get to my question. Do you have it in front of you now?
I do.
Okay. My question is, if the QIP balance was largely an environmental project that is recovered separately through Kentucky Power's environmental surcharge, why would there be a change in the operating ratio that would affect the base rate amount of purchase power expense related to Rockport RPA?
Yeah, I can see where that can be confusing. The UPA, not to sound harsh, but the billing through it doesn't care about how we collect costs in Kentucky. It functions based on the approved formula. And so let's say the total plant's 10 and 3 of that is QIP. So it is reducing the operating ratio essentially to 70%. So it then bills total plant and service. You only get to calculate a return on 70% at that point. So even though that's an environmental project, it is lowering the return billed to Kentucky Power while there's an environmental project in QIP on all plant in service, whether it's environmental or not. So when I say in this response that W47 doesn't include environmental plants, when we calculated that the operating ratio would go back up to a more normal level post SCR going into service, we took the environmental plant out of the amount of plant and service we were calculating that increase on. So the adjustment is just accounting for the increase in return on non-environmental Rockport plant because of the operation of that operating ratio. That's redundant, but.
I think I followed you. Again, I'm going to see if I get any directions off stage from my coworkers. I should explain, Mr. Vaughn, you may have seen my explanation earlier. Because it's a very small group allowed in the hearing room, many of my coworkers are texting me with any follow-up issues. So if I look down at my phone, it's not that I'm not paying attention.
Ms. Vincent, can I ask a clarifying question on that?
Yes, please.
Mr. Vaughn, are you just saying that you're normalizing the non-environmental amount of the operating ratio for calculation and rates in this case by removing the environmental portion of plant?
No, so while the SCR was in QIP, it reduced the operating ratio that applied to all plant and service at Rockport. So then the operating ratio goes back to more normal level after the SCR went into service in June. And so for purposes of calculating this adjustment, we used the normal operating ratio compared to test year. And we calculated the increase on total return, but we excluded the environmental plan on that. So we're trying to get to the increase on base rate purchase power demand cost. not what would be going through the environmental surcharge. That's what W47 does.
Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Just to give you a heads up, Mr. Vaughn will be asking a post-hearing data request to get some more support for the separating out. You'll see
That's
this.
already been supplied.
Okay, tell me, and can you tell me where?
It's in a staff set 5 request. I don't have the exact number off the top of my head, but we can get that request to you. But that work paper's already been supplied.
Okay.
I unfortunately printed my data requests in too small of font because there was a lot of them. So I'm having a little bit of trouble going through them right now.
I understand how that happens, and I've actually got a summary. I'm going to see if I can just pull it up quickly, if I can.
Ms. Vinsel, we're doing the same here. We may be able to locate it in a moment.
I just want to, I don't want to take unnecessary time, but I want to make sure that our team, that we don't ask unnecessary questions. I'm just going to rely on, I think you ought to look, because I'm not seeing an obvious response.
We'll provide the reference, but yeah.
I've gotten a response from my coworker that the work paper for the adjustment doesn't tie this to the UPA expense. So why don't we do this? Commission staff will draft a post-hearing data request, and if it refers to something that's already in the record, you can point that to us. Is that an acceptable compromise?
Sure, that would be fine. Thank you.
Thank you. I've really just got one last question, and it really gets to that issue. One of the Attorney General KIUC's witnesses had discussed using rate base or capitalization for the return on component of base rate revenue requirement. And in your rebuttal testimony, Mr. Vaughn, you said, I think this is a direct quote, when done correctly, the two methods should reach materially the same result. Can you expand upon that?
Certainly. So whether you're calculating rate base or whether you're calculating the basis for the return on component and rates, I'll describe rate base as a bottom up kind of calculation where you have to add things in, or whether you're using capitalization as Kentucky Power has proposed in this case. At the end of the day, you should get to all of the electric utility assets that have been financed. It should be the number. And so what I'm saying is, if you do it correctly and you properly include all of the electric utility assets that are providing service and have been financed, you should get to the same number one way or the other to calculate the return on components.
So I'm seeing if I think we're okay here. I think staff does not have any further questions. Thank you, Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Cook?
Thank you.
Questions? Oh,
Actually, Mr. West this time.
Mr. West, questions.
Yeah, thank you. How are you doing, Mr. Vaughn?
Doing well.
Good. I don't have too many questions for you. Do you have a copy of your rebuttal testimony handy there?
I do.
Okay. Can you turn to page 7?
Sorry, is that 7?
Yes, 7, starting at line 12. Specifically, I just want to talk a little bit about the Rockport UPA demand expenses that you were just discussing with Ms. Vinsel.
I'm there.
Okay. Could you start at the question that's posed line 12 and just read the question and the answer onto the next page at line 6.
Do you want to read it?
Yeah, and this is a question that's being posed to you, correct?
Beginning on line 12, does the company agree with AG KIUC witness Collins' proposal regarding the Rockport UPA base rate demand expense on page 33 of his direct testimony? Answer, yes. Due to the various current economic issues in the company's service territory, the company agrees that this is a reasonable mitigation proposal in this case. The $1,695,513 included in adjustment W47 would be added to the existing Rockport deferral regulatory asset in 2021 and $1,554,220, parens, 11/12 of the annual amount included in adjustment W47, would be added to the Rockport deferral regulatory asset in 2022. The Rockport deferral regulatory asset, including these additional amounts, would accrue a carrying charge at the company's approved weighted average cost of capital until it is fully recovered, consistent with the commission-approved settlement agreement in case number 2017-00179. As discussed in the direct testimony of company witness West, the company is requesting to amortize and recover the Rockport deferral regulatory asset as of December 8, 2022, parens, when the Rockport UPA terminates, parens, over 5 years through tariff PPA, beginning in December 2022, consistent with the approved settlement agreement filed in case number 2017-00179, period.
Thank you. So has the company's proposal been amended in any way to account for your agreement with this proposal from Mr. Collins?
I guess, what are you referring to?
Well, you said that you agreed with this reasonable mitigation proposal. Does that mean that you agree that this is how the commission should rule on this issue?
Yes, that's exactly what my testimony says.
Thank you. I just have a few general questions. Given that the pandemic that we're all going through right now has put many families and individuals in difficult financial circumstances, did the company give any consideration to keeping the monthly charge at $14?
Again, you have to take everything, you have to take all the pieces of rates and all the proposals in this case in its totality, and going from 14 to 1750 as we proposed, and I speak a lot on this in my direct and rebuttal testimony, is going to help reduce intra-class subsidies that certain high users like our electric heating customers, and to a large extent our home energy assistance, low-income customers are paying right now. So it'll actually help, in theory, it will help them. And again, we have the first-year mitigation that we proposed in this case. So those actual rates may or may not change until those rate components may not actually change for billing purposes until 2022. So yeah, I think we took everything into consideration when we made our proposal in this case.
Okay, thank you. Would you agree that if the customer charge was increased and the energy charge decreased, all else being equal, customers who use more energy will benefit financially, at least beyond some break-even point?
In simple math terms, yes, but that's not the proposal in this case.
Well, can you explain the proposal in this case as it relates to that?
Well, and under the company's proposed rates, the customer charge does go up by the $3.50, but so does the kilowatt hour charge. So, and even after that, the total bill is still 90% volumetric. So increase in usage equals an increase in your bill. So there's no price signal asking customers to just use as much energy as they can.
Okay, thank you. Has the company obtained any data indicating how many of its customers are on fixed incomes?
Not to my knowledge, no. I don't have customer income data, when I look at customer account information.
Does someone else within the company look at that type of data or ask for that type of data?
I'm not aware that we have customers' personal information like that and that's being studied. I mean, maybe at some high level based on, regional economics or something like that, but not from a customer to customer standpoint, no.
Okay. So, in a similar vein, do you know how many of the company's customers are 65 or older and rely on Social Security as their primary source of income?
No, I don't. I know general demographics related to billing. I know that over half my customers are electric heating in nature. I know that a lot of the low income customers that I can identify through whether they have heating assistance or some sort of federal assistance. A lot of them are also electric heating. That's generally the kind of demographics I have from a customer account standpoint.
Okay, thank you. In general, the cost of service study doesn't take into account whether a customer is on fixed income or generally can't afford the service to be provided, does it?
No, the cost of service study is accounting and financial in nature, coming up to what the proper requested revenue requirement should be. When we're talking about affordability, the other proposals in this case speak to that. The things that company president Madison and Mr. West and others have discussed at length this week.
I understand. Thank you. Do you know whether the company representatives or anyone in particular with the company reads the public comments that have been filed in this PSC case, or generally read the comments that are filed in the case that's filed with the commission on behalf of the company?
Yes. I myself have read a great many of them. I sat next to Mr. West last Friday as we watched the public hearing. I know Mr. Madison's reviewed them. Yeah, we read them.
Okay. So you're aware that a fair number of the comments that have been submitted express serious concern about the affordability of service, correct?
Yeah, yes, that's definitely the case. A lot of them, the theme has been, anti-bill increase and anti-net metering. In one piece of context I'd like to get out there from an affordability standpoint, the company's average residential bill has gone down over the last 4 years. If you look at the company's filing in 2017, 00179, the current bill then, I believe, was for a customer using 1,240 kilowatt hours, which is our statistical average customer in this test year, was $162 on average. Right now, if you look in the filing schedules here, that's $142. If the company were to receive its entire rate increase that it's asked for, we would get back to $166. So, and that would not hit customers until 2022. So you would have basically a 5-year period where the company's bill to the average residential customer has not gone up.
I appreciate that information, and I don't think I have any more questions. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Kurtz, questions?
Good afternoon, Mr. Bond.
Good afternoon.
That's the first I heard those statistics about the average residential bill. I assume a lot of that is reduction in fuel costs through the FAC automatic flow through.
That's right. You had tax reform that lowered rates, essentially caused a 0 rate increase in the last base rate case, and you've had reduction in fuel costs over time. And then there was also a reduction in PPA rates for a little over a year there while we were receiving FERC settlement credits that were flowing back to customers through there. I think it was a $5 million credit embedded in rate through that as well.
Okay, let's talk about taxes real quick. The chairman mentioned that. In December of 2017, the President signed into law the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that reduced the federal corporate income tax rate from 35% to 21%, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, think it was December 21 or 22. That very same day, KIUC filed a complaint against all the investor-owned utilities in Kentucky asking for the rates to be adjusted downward because of the reduction in income tax expense. Do you recall that?
I do remember that, yes. You and every other intervener in every state that we have service in.
No, we were absolutely first. We had schedules and reductions, and we presented this commission, which would have done it anyway. But we presented this commission first and foremost in the country the effects of the Tax Reform Act. We were ready to go.
You were on it, yes.
Okay, well, I mean, it's true. On January 18, the commission used the tax expense savings as a way to essentially reduce the base rate case that was going into effect at that time, correct?
Yes, the federal tax rate, the 35 to 21 change was incorporated in the company's base rate increase from the 2017 00179 case. And then through the complaint case you were discussing, we addressed the excess unprotected and excess protected ADFIT.
I think we fooled around on rehearing in the rate case to get the right number for the tax savings. Eventually, forget how it turned out, right?
I do remember that. Yeah.
Okay, but after we protected excess ADIT, in other words, customers you collected from customers rates based upon the assumption of straight line depreciation that you would pay the federal government 35%, but in reality, you're going to pay them 21%. And so the ADIT balance was excess, hence all the utilities, you owe customers money for the pre-collection of taxes that would no longer be paid to the federal government, correct?
Yes, the book tax difference leads to that ADFIT. Agreed.
Rates are set up based on straight line depreciation assumptions, but in reality, the utilities use accelerated depreciation, bonus depreciation.
Certain things for tax purposes, yeah.
And over time, if the tax rate stays the same, and the prepayment of taxes, the ADIT is a rate-based offset, so customers get a carrying charge on the prepayment, correct?
I think it's fair to characterize it that way, yes. It's a rate-based credit or cost-free financing, yes.
Okay, so it all works out, but when tax rates changes, and they may change again going the other direction, who knows? But that was the, when tax rates stay the same, it all works out and it's fine. But so we dealt with the protected is amortized by the IRS rules under what's ARAM methodology, correct?
That's right, for the protected.
Okay. The unprotected, the commission has discretion, every commission has discretion to choose the amortization period that they think is reasonable, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding, and we saw a lot of different applications of that in different jurisdictions.
I want to ask you about that, but with respect to Kentucky Power, because of the retirement of Big Sandy 2, the unprotected excess ADIT balance was very large relative to Kentucky Power's capitalization. Is that your recollection?
Yeah, I think that's correct. There was a lot of ADFIT on that reg asset, and just in general, yes.
Okay. And so the settlement which the commission approved was an 18-year amortization of that, the unprotected excess ADIT, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What the chairman was referring to is mid-year this year, Kentucky Power made an complaint application to change the settlement agreement that was approved with KIUC to use $10.8 million for the
debt forgiveness.
The debt forgiveness case. Okay. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's my understanding that Kentucky Power, along with the other parties to that settlement in the complaint case agreed to make that change to the settlement agreement to the 18 years.
No, after you guys filed the application, we intervened and then entered into a settlement. You unilaterally asked to change the settlement agreement. I mean, it's a matter of record, but you can look at it.
I will, subject to check, I'll agree with that, but it's my understanding that you later agreed through a settlement.
We did. And I want to take a little credit for that. Because the 10.8 million that was the commission deferred that issue to be dealt with holistically in this case, correct?
That is my understanding of the order in that case, yes.
Okay, in the winners under that debt forgiveness application and subsequent settlement agreement would have been the people who were in arrears because they would have their past bill dues for past due bills forgiven in large or in whole, correct?
That's correct, and my reading of the order, I think that was part of the issue, is the commission described perhaps a more equitable way to pass those dollars back.
And the other, who was going to get the money? Kentucky Power was going to get the 10.8 million, correct?
Kentucky Power was going to amortize those dollars to relieve what would otherwise turn into bad debt expense, yes, from those customer bills, and essentially wipe the slate clean for those customers and hopefully get them back on track.
And we agreed with that. And you do recall the settlement agreement noted that KIUC, who was not past due, our members, were actually going to take a hit or contribution of $2.37 million that we would otherwise receive through the tax credit rider.
I don't know the exact number, but that sounds familiar.
Okay. So that was that. And we'll deal with it in this case. I want to talk about Rockport real quick, by way of background. The Rockport unit power agreements were originally entered into in 1984. You weren't around then.
I was in existence. I was not at Kentucky Power.
You're sitting in somebody's sitting in the Richard Raff hearing room, and Mr. Raff spent a lot of time litigating at FERC, the commission, state court, federal court, do you know the history of that litigation that ended up with the unit power agreements? Mr. Overstreet does, I'm sure.
I have a general understanding of the initial litigation and then what happened in 2004 and the extension.
So in 2004, the agreements were extended for 18 years until December 7th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Kentucky Power buys 30% of AEP generating companies, 50% ownership in Rockport Unit 1 and Unit 2, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and AEP generating company is an unregulated affiliate of Kentucky Power.
That's correct. It's not regulated by any state jurisdictions.
Rockport Unit 1 is essentially a straight cost of service, declining rate-based model versus Rockport Unit 2, which is a levelized UPA based upon a sale leaseback agreement that AEP generating company entered into with Wilmington Bank and Trust back in the 1980s, or 2004, I guess, timeframe.
I think that's a fair characterization. Yes, and that billing, that's all included in the FERC-approved UPA agreement.
Okay, so the Rockport costs, the fuel costs go through the fuel adjustment clause, correct?
Yes.
You forgot to mention that earlier, but I knew it was just an oversight. The environmental costs, to the extent they're not rolled into base rates, go through the environmental surcharge, correct?
That's correct.
And the bulk of the Count 555 purchase power expenses recovered in base rates.
Yes.
Okay. So when we talk about, it'll be a good thing for Kentucky Power when the unit power agreements expire, won't it?
I'm sorry, I missed a little bit of your question there. Can you repeat it?
It will be a good thing for Kentucky Power and its customers when the Rockport unit power agreements expire.
Well, I guess time will tell what exactly it will be, but I can say that it will be a reduction in expense related to that agreement going away. Right, we'll have to replace it at some point with something, but right now we do expect some savings. Yes.
The Rockport unit power agreements is essentially 390 megawatts. 15% of two 1,300 megawatt units.
Yeah, I don't have the exact number, but that's ballpark. That sounds about right.
In the currently pending IRP, the Kentucky Power's analysis was that 140 megawatts of the 390 megawatts would need to be replaced, and that the other, 250 would not need to be replaced. Is that your understanding?
I am not familiar with the IRP proceeding, but I am generally familiar with our capacity planning. And yes, the company is long capacity up through the date of the UPA termination, and then the company is short capacity starting on December 8th, 2022.
So the 390 megawatts go away, and the estimate was that 140 would need to be replaced, correct? I don't know if you know or you know that.
I don't know the exact number, but it would be a planning assumption at this point. But yes, I believe it's over 100 megawatts that you're short at that point.
And that was all done pre-COVID pandemic analysis. We don't know if 140 megawatts is still the right number.
You never know what the exact number is when you're planning these things, because it's all based on UCAP figures. So there's a unit performance measure, and then there's also what the load and the 5CP obligation will be for the load obligation when we get to the actual delivery year. And so the delivery year in question will be 22-23. So yeah, those numbers move around a little bit.
Staff, and I want to ask you this too, the fixed cost savings that are expected gross. Now, maybe some of them will have to be replaced with something else. I know there's market purchases for the first 2 years. It's a planning assumption. But the gross savings, fixed cost savings, when the Rockport UPAs expire are approximately what?
I actually took a note of this from your questions earlier in the week. It is included in the test year cost service year is $57.4 million adjusted in account 5550027. That is the Rockport demand costs, the fixed cost savings you're referring to. And like you said, that's a total amount. Some portion of that is included in the environmental surcharge, some portion isn't.
Okay, good. It's an important number, 57.4 million. That's a large number.
It is.
Also, by way of background, when the unit power agreements were extended in 2004, KIDC and the Attorney General agreed, and the Commission approved to the capacity charge. I call it the equity kicker, but it's the amount in this case, it's $6.2 million above cost of service.
I believe it is referred to as the supplemental payment in that agreement.
Okay, but it's 6.2 million, correct?
For 2021, yes.
And 2020.
Down slightly. And in 2020. 2020, 2021, and then it goes down a little in 2022. Yes.
To reflect the December 7th termination date.
Correct.
Okay. That'll come up later. All right, so, and okay, so let me just sort of review the bidding. Oh, there you are. Okay. And I'm going from your original filing. I know there's been some slight adjustments, but Kentucky Power proposed a 70 million base rate increase.
Yes, there's a $70 million base rate increase, a $1.1 million increase in the proposed grid modernization rider related to AMI, and then there was the negative 6.2 million decrease in the capacity charge.
The 70 million is a 13.16% base rate increase. You've done that math.
That's correct. That's on the Section 5 summary in the filing schedules.
Okay, when you add the 1.1 and subtract the 6.2, the net rate increase has been noticed as 12.21%.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, the company's proposal is to use $65 million of the unprotected excess ADIT for 1 year to offset the first year base rate increase, correct?
Just, I guess, a finer point on that would be that we're proposing to use enough ADIT to offset $65 million in net revenue increase. So it's a lesser amount of ADIT, right? Because you have to gross it up for state and federal taxes.
Thank you. That's been a point of confusion, I think, in this record. So the revenue requirement effect of the excess ADIT would be used to offset 65 million base rate increase.
Correct.
Okay. What is the revenue requirement effect, apples to apples, of unprotected excess ADIT today, or best that you know?
Can you clarify?
Yeah, let's say 13.5 million in April of 2020. You use up part of it every month with the tax credit rider. Do you have an idea what it is today, the current balance?
How much is in rates for the federal tax credit rider?
How much is in the bank?
Yeah,
How much is in the
that's
bank?
the most. I believe.
Mr. Kurtz, while Mr. Vaughn's looking at that, can I just clarify, are you asking the difference between the actual amount and the revenue impact?
Either one, but I want to know how much is currently in the bank that the company owes customers, either the revenue requirement effect or the big growth stuff.
Just a November number is what you're kind of asking for.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you.
So if you go to Company Witness West's rebuttal testimony, page R3, there's a figure in there that shows what's left essentially in the bank, as you referred, and what the actual rate offset would be. So under our company's proposal, we would amortize $48.3 million of ADFIT to offset the $65 million of net increase. To that, you also have the $10.8 million the company's proposed in the debt forgiveness measure, and then you have roughly $6.95 million of unprotected excess running through the federal tax cut rider at this time. So I think based on all those, right at the end of 2020, there would be approximately, I think about 82 million left in the bank, if I'm looking at the schedule correct. We can give you the exact number in a post-hearing data request. That would help.
I guess that would be a good idea. And we'll submit it in writing per the chairman's instructions. So the excess, unprotected excess ADIT is money that the company owes consumers?
That's correct, as we discussed earlier.
Okay. And you are essentially paying consumers your weighted average cost of capital carrying charge while you hold on to customer money?
Yeah, that's right. It's reducing the company's return on component, and conversely, when you amortize that and give it back to customers, the capitalization or rate base, the return on component goes up when you amortize that because you're reducing the rate base credit.
So does that all mean we are getting interest on the amount you owe us?
You're paying less in rate base, so yeah, I think that's it's fair to say that you're getting it at a whack carrying charge.
That's what I thought. You referred to other jurisdictions. What is the amortization period that other jurisdictions have used? We know that Kentucky was originally 18 years, but under a lot has happened that probably be less, but what have the other jurisdictions done?
There are various answers to that question. I can give you. I directly participated in the company's affiliate, Appalachian Power Company, in West Virginia and Virginia, and I know generally our FERC schedules, like for transmission, it was a 10-year amortization there across all the jurisdictions, and then in West Virginia. We did various measures of mitigation, like we're discussing here. We eliminated some portion of a rate increase. We've reduced fuel deferrals with using excess ADFIT dollars, and then again we have like a kind of something similar to the FTC here. It's the TRR in West Virginia, and that's going to end, I think, in late 21, early 22. So you're amortizing it over, 3-4 years there. Virginia is a similar time frame. We did something similar there where we offset a fuel increase over 1 year, $55 million in 2019, I believe, and then we have a tax cut rider there as well that ends next year.
Interesting. I thought all of the clever, good uses, rate-making uses of those monies when I heard about offsetting this case, but rate increase. But okay, so now let's look at the KIUC AG proposal. It's a base rate increase of $43.242 million.
That's Mr. Collins' proposal.
Yeah, he's got the schedule on page 7.
Bear with me for a second while I get that. Thank you. I'm there.
I don't know if there's a line, but you see, obviously rate of return and incentive compensation, all these different adjustments. We're proposing a $43.242 million base rate increase as opposed to your $70 million.
Yes, I see that.
Okay. And then what the Attorney General and KUC would do is also eliminate the $6.2 million capacity charge, equity kicker, what did you call it? The premium?
The supplemental payment in the settlement agreements.
Okay. We would eliminate that also for a net increase on those items of $37.042 million. Is that your understanding of the proposal?
That is Mr. Collins' proposal, yes.
Okay. So that would be a net rate increase of approximately 7%. And piggybacking on what AEP has proposed, we said, good idea, use the unprotected excess ADIT to offset that first year net increase of $37 million. That your understanding of our proposal?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
We said, let's lower the base rate increase and also use the tax money that the company owes consumers to offset the first year full amount of the base rate increase net of the $6.2 million elimination of the capacity charge.
Yeah, and that's your proposal, and as I understand it, among some other things regarding tracking of certain costs and whatnot, yes.
Okay. So the first year, we would use up $37 million on a revenue requirements basis of the tax money the company owes consumers, compared to the company's proposal of using $65 million. Is that your understanding? Let's just focus on the tax money.
Sure.
Okay. And then our proposal is to offset 50% of the year 2 rate increase, or $18.5 million in year 2 by using tax money.
Yeah, I think that's correct. I mean, I understand what you're doing. We don't agree with your proposed rate increase, but I understand your concepts, yes.
No, my point on this one is this. In terms of credit metrics and so on and so forth, what's been talked about, we would only use up $55.5 million of the unprotected excess ADIT over 2 years, whereas the company would do $65 million in 1 year.
Yeah, that's the math, right? But when you come out of it, there's a smaller cash increase as well that would impact credit metrics.
I totally understand. I'm just talking about the credit metrics of the use of the tax money. We're actually proposing to get less of it over 2 years than the company is in 1 year.
That is how the math works out. I agree.
Let's talk about the credit enhancement or the payment enhancement, the capacity charge, the $6.2 million. That was approved by the commission, agreed to by KAUC and the Attorney General back in 2004, is partial incentive for the company to extend the unit power agreement for 18 years. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, that's my understanding. Based on the facts at the time of that case, the company was going to forego a lot of market value on that asset, and as part of the total economic analysis in that case, the commission and the selling parties found it prudent to grant the company the supplemental payments over the life of the extension.
Would you agree that over the 2005-2020 period, the company will have collected on a nominal basis $93.7 million of that credit enhancement, payment enhancement? 93.
Sorry, I didn't catch the beginning date. What was that, from 2005? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't done the math on that. So whatever's in the order, if that's how it adds up, I would agree. And I'll add that hasn't been included in base rates. It gets removed from every base rate case, and even with the supplemental payment or whatever you'd like to characterize it as, the company's receiving that today. It's still earning its 5-ish% ROE.
Okay. And I know you haven't done this math, but subject to check, or just would it surprise you that if you add an 8% carrying charge to the nominal payments, that over that period of time, that 16 years, Kentucky Power would have gotten $173 million of net present value enhanced payments?
Yeah, I don't know what the number works out there, but I also don't know what kind of market revenues the company had foregone on that. The company being AEG Co., or who would be selling that, during the 2000s, and think back in 07 and 08 when LMPs were $70 to $100 around the clock. That's a lot of power. So I don't think you can just look at that supplemental payment in isolation.
That's fair. I don't think the LMPs were that high around the clock, but in the last 5 or 6 or 7 years, you certainly couldn't make any money with Rockport in the market, could you? The coal units have all been big money losers.
There's definitely a reduced energy value, on those units in recent years. Low gas prices, low LMPs, higher amount of renewables. Yeah, I agree with that.
I know. All right. So, do you agree that the commission has an independent duty to ensure that settlement agreements it has approved remain reasonable?
Objection to the extent that Mr. Kurtz is asking Mr. Vaughn to provide a legal opinion.
Is your role as chief regulatory person, I don't know legal opinion, but is it that your understanding from a regulatory basis?
I'm not sure I'm chief of anything, but my understanding is the commission's duty is to make sure that rates are just and reasonable, yes.
Vice Chairman Cicero thinks you should be chief of something, apparently.
He may be wrong, but yes, it's nice.
If the commission were to, against AEP's agreement, first of all, let me ask you, you said, okay, we'll give up that $6.2 million, but it's contingent on us getting 100% of our rate increase. That was your position, right?
So yeah, let's talk about that. The position there is that we took everything when my team worked with Kentucky Power Management to put together all the options for this case, we had to view everything together, and it was the balancing act of trying to fix the financial health of Kentucky Power and try and mitigate the rate impact on customers in any way we could. And so when I make that proposal and say it's conditioned upon us receiving our request, the thing there is, for instance, if you give us our, let's say we get everything we asked for, but you say we can't track LSE costs. My position would be no, we can't give off the $6.2 million, and that's what I would recommend to Mr. Madison for him making that decision, because we still wouldn't have an opportunity to earn our allowed return or near it. You would, if you're giving up a certain amount and you're getting a certain amount, everything's a balancing act here. So yes, it is a conditional mitigation, and I think there are circumstances where we would agree to something other than full, and there's circumstances where we wouldn't. And as Mr. Madison said, whatever happens here, and then we'll do the financial analysis and we'll make the recommendation to him. But at the end of the day, it's his call.
Have you ever been involved in a base rate case anywhere where AEP has gotten 100% of its request?
Only in my dreams. No, I've never been in one.
So was that sort of a false offer?
No, it absolutely was not. It was part of that balanced consideration, as I said.
So you give us, Kentucky Commission, you give us something we've never ever got anywhere else, and we'll kick in the $6.2 million. It almost seems like it was a false offer. I don't have a better description.
I would disagree with that. I mean, we are, I know what Mr. Collin has in his revenue requirement proposal, but the company's position is there's besides the couple items that I identified in hearing exhibit 1, there's not a lot of room for us to move and have a opportunity to earn an allowed near whatever our allowed return is. And that is why we propose things the way we did. It's not a fake offer. It's definitely genuine, or we wouldn't have done it.
Okay. Didn't the 2004 settlement agreement between the Attorney General, KNUC, and Kentucky Power, which authorized this $6.2 million, which was approved by the Commission, didn't that settlement agreement anticipate and take into account what would happen if the Commission ever rejected the $6.2 million for rate-making purposes? Are we free to page 7 of the settlement agreement? I know you quote the settlement agreement in your rebuttal. Page 7, under procedural terms, paragraph 3.
Mr. Kurtz, do you have a copy of the settlement agreement that you'd like to display or have staff display? I'm not sure that Mr. Vaughn has a copy of it with him. It was not an exhibit.
I would if I could.
Testimony.
Kristen, I would if I could put it through the computer. It's attached to the Commission's order in page 2004, 00420. The order was entered into December 13, 2004. Mr. Vaughn quotes from the settlement agreement in his rebuttal.
And Mike, Mr. Hertz, I can actually help. My co-counsel reminded me that the order is actually the company's hearing exhibit number 2, or has been marked as such. So staff could display hearing exhibit number 2, and I'll provide a copy to Mr. Vaughn.
Thank you.
Travis, did you get that? We need Kentucky Power's hearing exhibit number 2.
Which page were you referring to of the order?
Settlement agreement, page 7, paragraph 3.
The one entitled additional revenues?
No. If at any time prior to the expiration,
Can we
Oh, wait, maybe-
see if we can get the page on the screen?
Travis, that's on PDF page 17,
there it is.
and it's
That's
about
it.
halfway down the page.
I was looking at the PDF page number, not the order page number. Very confused. Yeah, I'm there.
Okay, I don't think you have this memorized, and let me go through it. So the question is, doesn't the settlement agreement anticipate what the company's remedy would be if the commission changes the 6.2 million? If at any time prior to the expiration of the extension of the unit power agreement under the stipulation, the Kentucky PSC or its successor enters an order that prevents Kentucky Power from charging rates consistent with the provisions of section so-and-so, the 6.2 million, Kentucky Power may, upon 120 days notice to the commission and the parties to the stipulation, begin legal or regulatory proceedings necessary to terminate the extension of the unit power agreement and withdraw from all other obligations under the agreement. So you have, if the Kentucky Commission against your will objection says no, the 6.2 million goes away, you have the right to get out of the unit power agreement.
I think I agree that's what the words say. I think we would have to file again, I'm not sure what the legal and regulatory requirements would be to try and terminate the UPA early.
Well, financially, you would never want to do it. You wouldn't want to hold on to this 390 megawatts of above market power. You'd lose your 6.2 million and you'd lose money reselling it into the wholesale markets.
Kentucky Power would be short capacity too.
You can buy it easily and buy it. But
no, sir, you can't. That unit's committed through May 31st of 2022 in the company's FRR plan. We can't do that. That is already committed to serve customers.
That's good point. But your remedy is to get out of the unit power agreement, which is something you obviously would not want to do, but the settlement did anticipate and envision a path where the 6.2 million would go away. You could get out of the unit power agreement. Now that's problematic, no question. Maybe even unrealistic, but the settlement agreement envisioned what would happen. That's what the words say.
Is that your question? Yeah, that's what the words say.
Isn't that what the words say?
That is, the words say what they say. I agree with that, yes.
Okay, let me ask you about your rebuttal testimony and the transmission costs. I know you remember this, but obviously the transmission is a big issue. The company wants, thank you, the company wants 100% of the incremental OATT LSC transmission costs recovered in the PPA. Right now you're getting 80% per the settlement in the last case. Your position is you want 100% PPA, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the AGKIUC says no, it should be 100% base rates.
That's your position, yes.
Okay. In your rebuttal, you say that if it's going to be 100% base rates, our base rate increase should be $14 million higher.
Yes, that's correct. Based on the rates that are on file for January 2021, that were on file, I think, November 1st.
So that would be another 2.6% base rate increase? 533.
Yeah, for $5.3 million percent increase, yes.
Okay. So that would take the total base rate increase to 15.8%?
Yeah, all other things being equal, the increased percent goes up.
Okay. Now, you noticed the 13%, but you're asking for 15 under these circumstances. I don't know if that's legal, but let me just say this. Does the 14 million represent the rate increase consumers would receive through the PPA if 100% of the incremental transmission expense went through the PPA?
Yeah, that's right, but it's done in different ways. You're either going to see it in base rates in these chunks, or you're going to see it over time through the deferral accounting and incremental annual true-ups through the PPA, and that's one of those things that has kept rates, flat or moving up and down over the last 3 years since our last rate case. You got to recover that expense either in lump sums and base rate increases, or you recover that expense incrementally as it occurs, over time.
As you know from prior discussions, we're not all that thrilled with paying for transmission increases in Michigan and Indiana on a real-time basis through the PPA. But if the transmission increase to the PPA would be 14 million in 2021, probably would be a similar, if not greater amount, 2022.
I don't have that number, but that's the reason I have that number is because the company does this formula rate filing update by the end of October each year for the coming year. So, yes.
We know that there's $10.1 billion 5-year CapEx budget for PJM transmission, and Kentucky Power gets 5.7% of the total. So we know rate increases in transmission would automatically flow through the PPA, 14 million in 21. We don't know how much in 22. It'd be a lot, wouldn't it?
I don't know the exact magnitude, right? Because those are capital dollars, not revenue requirement dollars. There's full cost of service there. You got O&M and taxes and other things, but that while that cost is going up in real time, you may have reductions in fuel costs going forward. As we mentioned, fuel and LMPs have been fairly low, and those kinds of reductions have been flowing back in real time to customers. At the same time that we've been tracking 80% of the incremental load costs. So, yes.
Fuel goes both ways, up and down, and thank goodness for small favors. Oh, the decommissioning rider, are we going to see a reduction in that anytime soon? It's 21 million last year.
Yeah, based on Mr. Kearns's discussion the other day, once the decommissioning is done, right? So as we do the actual decommissioning work per the settlement agreement and establish the decommissioning rider, the balance goes up as you do the actual work, and then it gets re-levelized over the remaining recovery period. So once the decommissioning work is done, I think Mr. Kearns was discussed that some. You will then start to see a decrease over time in that as the balance is re-levelized and reduced over time.
Okay. For sure. Is the decommissioning rider done on an annual basis, or does it change monthly?
Yes.
Annual?
Annual rate change, yes. Once a year.
Do you know when it changes?
I believe we file it in August and it's effective October.
Okay, so we're going to have to wait another year to see any reduction?
A reduction from what?
The 21 million in the test year?
I guess if decommissioning work is done and the balance decreases, yeah, you'll see a change in the rate next year when we do the annual update.
And I want to end with the fixed cost savings of 57.4 million of savings at gross. That's the 390 megawatts of Rockport fixed cost savings go away. Maybe 140 megawatts or a lesser amount has to be replaced. The market, but the gross amount, 57.4 million of savings. Part of it will go through the environmental surcharge automatic. Correct.
That's correct. You're going to have we have some embedded amount in the monthly environmental surcharge base amounts. So when those costs go away, the difference flows through the environmental surcharge.
The remainder, per the settlement agreement in the last rate case, will go to Kentucky Power to make sure that you earn your authorized return on equity in 2023, correct?
Yes, in 2023, the company can use up to the amount in base rates to earn its authorized ROE, and the amount above that goes back through customers to the PPA. And then the entirety of the amount would go, the fixed cost savings amount in 2024 would go through the PPA.
Right. And obviously at this point, nobody knows how much of the 57.4, we probably know how much is the environmental surcharge, but of the non-environmental surcharge, 57.4 million fixed cost savings, nobody knows how much is going to be needed by Kentucky Power to get you up to your authorized ROE and how much will be left over for consumers.
No idea. You're correct.
Ron, thank you very much. Cameron, no further questions.
Mr. Grunman, cross-examination?
Just briefly, good evening, Mr. Vaughn. How are you?
Well, it's evening. Hello. Good evening. Yes.
It's 4:45, so I guess good afternoon still counts. I think I just have a couple of really brief questions. You were involved in the APCO Virginia triennial rate case, were you not?
I certainly was.
Am I correct that in that case, APCO sought to recover the costs of its AMI deployment from 2017, 2018, and 2019 in its base rates?
It did, yes.
And isn't it true that in Virginia there is actually a statutory provision, the Grid Transformation and Security Act, that would have authorized APCO to have sought to recover AMI through a rider provision?
Yeah, that's right. There's a lot of statutory language and requirements around that, and we like to learn from others, and Dominion unsuccessfully filed twice through that mechanism, and the company across the state line in Virginia was facing similar issues where meters were obsolete, they were failing, and they had to do the replacement, and they did that, and they took that impact in base rates. Yes.
Okay, and so they're seeking it there to recover it through base rates, as opposed to the proposal here, which is to recover it through a rider mechanism.
Yeah, and the big distinction there is APCO Virginia was in a much different situation than Kentucky Power. It was in a situation where it had sufficient base rate earnings to be able to absorb that investment and still earn around its authorized return. Whereas Kentucky Power, if again, let's just say we don't need a CPCN because you didn't need one in Virginia, but let's say we didn't need one here in Kentucky. Kentucky Power is not in a position where it could just start deploying those meters and absorb that capital and O&M expense to do that.
Well, so Mr. Vaughn, I think in your direct testimony, and I will give you the reference if I can find it. It is page 4. You offer sort of a discussion of when it's appropriate to recover costs through a rider versus costs through base rates. And so I guess I'm just trying to understand that the way I understood your direct testimony is that the delineation has to do with whether or not these costs are anticipated, whether they have a tendency to really change from year to year, But what I guess I'm hearing you say now is that how you're proposing to recover it is really about the company's earnings.
I'm distinguishing between why APCO was able to do what they did in Virginia, again, absent the different CPCN requirements in the different states, that, it was able to go just replace its obsolete meters and absorb that impact in its base rates. The company has other affiliates that are also requesting riders for AMI deployments, and the circumstances are different here in Kentucky. We did not have, again, we needed a CPCN, so that those requirements are different, but it's what the company's proposing here is a flexible way to be able to do this 4-year deployment that Mr. Blankenship supports through the grid modernization rider. And just to be clear, the proposal here is not to always collect it through a rider. It would just be that incremental cost between base rate cases. So, let's say we do 2 years and then we have a base rate case. We would roll that GMR amount into base rates. We're not asking for it to be treated special always. We're looking for the flexibility to help, again, all things being considered, get Kentucky Power financially healthy and give it the opportunity to make the needed distribution grid investments that it needs to make.
So I want to come back to the statement that you just made there about rolling it into base rates, but I want to go back. I think you indicated that in Virginia you learned from the examples that were set by Dominion's double attempts to get AMI approved through the Grid Transformation Security Act process. And as you correctly noted, the Virginia Commission twice denied them that. And isn't it true that, to the extent that you know that in Virginia you have to go through and prove sort of a cost-benefit analysis that the deployment of AMI satisfies the statutory test through the cost-benefit analysis?
Your Honor, I would just object at this point. We're talking about Mr. Vaughn's interpretation of legal requirements in Virginia. That's at least objectionable in terms of the request for a legal opinion testimony, and I'll also object on relevance grounds at this point.
Absolutely, Your Honor. I think the relevance is this commission is being asked to consider whether or not to provide the company with cost recovery for AMI meters. I think that the recent experience through the 2020 triennial rate case of APCO and its decision to recover the cost of AMI meters through base rates, I think all of that's just relevant to the Commission's consideration of the proper way to treat AMI deployment here in Kentucky.
All right, objection overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Vaughn, do you know whether or not Virginia required a cost-benefit analysis as part of its decision when analyzing grid transformation updates such as AMI?
I think there's a distinction to be made there. I believe there are additional hurdles, such as a cost-benefit analysis, among other things, to utilize the legislation in Virginia to get a grid to file under that recovery mechanism and get the resulting RAC. I think it's also grid modernization in Virginia, and again, you have to go through those legislative the steps that are in the legislation, and then you have to file and litigate a separate RAC proceeding, rate adjustment clause, RAC. And the company I know considered that, but again, because of the obsolescence and its need to replace those meters, it chose a different route because it was in a different financial place than Kentucky Power. That's why my understanding of why APCO acted in that manner.
Understood. And then I think that a moment ago what you said is that the way this would sort of work is that to the extent you filed a base rate case in 2 years, AMI costs would be rolled into base rates.
For whatever work, let's say it's still a 4-year, we're doing this 4-year deployment. Let's say we've done 2 years and we come in for a base rate case. Our proposal would be to take those amounts that are being collected through the GMR at that time, include them in base rates, so you have a new basing point for the AMI rollout, and then continue to collect incremental AMI costs through the GMR at that time.
Understood. And so I guess it's really more the notion of if they came in 2 years. I think that the testimony from the company in this case is really that the hope of authorizing a recovery mechanism such as proposed with the grid modernization rider is that it would really allow for longer periods of time between rate cases. And you and I both understand it's been 3 years since the last rate case. I understand the company's statements as to the reasons for coming in here in 2020. But it doesn't sound like there would be much of an avoidance of a rate case if we're talking about the company coming back in 2 years.
That was just a hypothetical. I would like to stay out myself as long as possible. These cost me a great deal of.
A lot of time here, so I don't know if you really want to stay out or not. You've got celebrity status here in Kentucky.
Oh, Mom always said I'd be popular one day. I just didn't think it'd be here.
I understand.
So I mean, that's, obviously all of the company's proposals in this case are trying to, again, strike that balance of mitigating rate increases at the same time getting the company's financial health in the right place. And the grid modernization rider is one of those proposals.
That's all the questions I have, Mr. Vaughn. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Spinard, cross-examination?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we do. Good afternoon, Mr. Vaughn. Can you hear me?
I can. Good afternoon.
And if there's any difficulty hearing me or you don't understand a question, just let me know, okay?
Certainly.
Okay. What I'd like to do is it's a lot of moving parts to this application. One of those moving parts is the excess unprotected ADIT. But for a moment, let's put the year one offset to the side for just a moment and talk about the company's proposed rate increase. With regard to the effective date of the new rates, they're going to be January 14th, 2021. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay, now, a lot of different rate schedules, but if we take a look at and we'll focus just on the tariff RS for residential service. There is a proposal, the company proposes to increase the service charge from $14 a month to $17.50 a month. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And with regard to the energy charge, March through November, there's going to be an increase from $9.81 cents per kilowatt hour to 12.265 cents per kilowatt hours. Is that correct?
That sounds roughly correct, yeah.
Okay. Now, there are a lot of different elements that go into the bill that the total balance due for the bill that the customer receives. And I'm not going to go through the entire list of elements, but school tax, environmental adjustment, fuel adjustment, a lot of different things go into that bill, correct?
Yeah, there's various surcharges and whatnot, insert credits to the FTC. That's all laid out in my direct testimony. Totally agree.
Sure. And at a very basic level, the customer, or the rate billing for that customer for residential service, there's going to be the monthly charge, and then that's the service charge that they get unrelated to usage, and then there's the energy usage charge. Actually, there are two parts to that notion of the rate billing. Is that correct?
There's actually three. Unfortunately, we have fixed charge, we have the energy charges, then we have the percentage of revenue riders, such as the decommissioning rider and the environmental surcharge. But yeah, you're on.
Okay. Well, I was looking at one of your bills, and it takes me a second to get on the same page. But the basic notion is that your effective rates, January 14, 2021, you're going to see increases in the service charge as well as the energy charge.
So here's I think I know where you're going, and maybe I can just short circuit a lot of this. So it depends how the year one offset is implemented. If what happens kind of in the scenario where the company filed, where you look at, too many papers here. If you look at section 5, the summary page there that gets down to that $65 million number, let's just assume that's the scenario, right? Base rates go up, 70 million, capacity charge goes down 6.2, GMR is 1.1 million. So we have a $65 million net amount right here. The easiest way to implement that year one offset would be to leave rates unchanged for the first year. So customer bills do not change. And then the company would amortize 1/12 of the associated excess ADFIT to income throughout the year. So there's no rate billing change, and the company would receive the non-cash earnings associated with that rate increase. So that's the simple version. The more complicated version is if we start incorporating other parties' proposals, such as let's say KIUCAG's proposal to reduce the environmental surcharge some amount based on the length of recovery for the Unit 2 SCR at Rockport. So you can no longer really amortize the just the net rate increase, because you'd also end up with a overall net reduction in the company's rate. So it would kind of be a double whammy on cash from a metric standpoint. So what we'd want to do in that scenario is actually put the new base rate increase into rates. And I think this is where you're going. And then we would want to offset that through the federal tax credit rider, the net amount, so that we get to that zero increase that we were looking to do in the mitigation proposal. And I get your concern that currently the FTC is a kilowatt hour base rider, and you would have some customers who would obviously not offset their bill in total. The way to fix that would be to, however the rate components change, you then allocate that offset by class in a similar manner through the FTC, so that you get a more exact, still actual results may vary a little bit, but you would get a more neutral impact on customers.
Okay.
It depends on how it's implemented.
Well, the record will speak for itself. I believe in response to an earlier cross-examination question, you said something to the effect of rate components may not change for billing purposes in describing the first year, the year one application of the excess unprotected accumulated deferred income tax. Is that
right.
what you meant? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if we can do this, let's perfect world, everything's approved as we filed it here, and we're offsetting that $65 million to net increase. Again, we could leave rate, the base rate components the same until January 14th of 2022, and instead just amortize that excess unprotected to income over that period of time, so that customers get no increase and the company gets the non-cash earnings to bring its financial health up.
Okay. And I apologize for just bear with me for a second. Under that scenario, you literally would leave the customer charge at $14 a month for that year.
Yes, until you change overall rates in year 2.
Okay, all right. With regard to the effective date of the company's proposed, and I'm just going to use the reference NMS2 tariff. That's the effective date. Pardon?
So please do. Let's not
okay.
call it out every time. Yeah.
Sure. The effective date is going to be January 14th, 2021. Is that correct?
That's right. And so the underlying rates for a customer generator are whatever their standard rate class would be. So however the rate increase is implemented, that part is going to affect everybody, whether you're a customer generator or not. The avoided cost rates, though, would change, on January 14th. That's not a rate billing. That's a different tariff mechanism there. It doesn't have anything to do with the increase. So still, new customer generators as of January 14th would be subject to the avoided cost rates under NMS2, and not the one-for-one netting under NMS. And no, there's no offset to that in the company's proposal.
Okay, so just to confirm and then move on, the proposal associated with the use of the ADIT, just to shortcut that, it is not designed to have an impact on the new excess generation compensation rate. Is that correct?
That's correct, because those customers, by definition, couldn't have been in service prior to the rate change, so they're not losing or gaining anything.
With regard to the effective date of the new NMS2 tariff, how will the company determine who is and who is not falling under the new tariff, the MNS2? Is it applications pending on January 13th? Is it facilities in operation on January 13th? How are you going to determine who is grandfathered under the NMS1 tariff and who is going to be falling under NMS2?
I think I addressed this in discovery, and it's not the company's choice. The law actually says that it's customer generators that are, can't remember the exact wording, but it's those that are operational. Again, if it's going in tariff changes on January 14th, it's those customer generators that are operating their systems, they are operational by January 13th. They are grandfathered under the law, as I understand it, as a non-lawyer, and anyone who begins operation of their customer generating system on January 14th or after are on tariff NMS2.
And I'm not being flip about this. It's that I'm not clear is that when we use this term operational in terms of the company establishing a bright line test or a metric, is the company issue the customer a certificate? Does the company make some notation on how does the customer know, and customer and the company together know that the system is operational?
Well, the customer would need to have an approved application, and they would have to provide the company with notice that their system is producing power, as of that date. I don't think there's going to be a lot of cases of that. We're talking one day, so I'm pretty sure that our distributed generation group can dig into that if there's any issues there.
Okay, well, and the way things work, I understand what you're saying, but let's move on. Is it correct, in general terms, that cost of service study contains information that's frequently used as the foundation for designing rates?
So cost of service is kind of generic, right? In this case, we have a jurisdictional cost of service that you use to determine the overall revenue requirement, and you have a class cost of service that functionalizes and categorizes costs and provides guidance as to what the assignment of those costs are to those costs and the proposed revenues are to the various customer classes at a higher level. And yes, we use all those things when we are designing rates, but they are informative. They are not absolute.
Well, in response, or in some of your prior testimony today, you were talking about cost of service, and you're the one who did the testimony, but my notes said that that it contains accounting and financial information of an accounting and financial nature that helps you develop the proper amount to request. Do you remember saying something along those lines in terms of describing cost of service?
Yeah, I did. In that instance, I am referring to Section 5, Schedules 1 through 5, what produces the requested rate increase in this rate case. And Schedule 4 and adjusted by Schedule 5 are a great example of that. You have a listing of FERC accounts and how those FERC accounts as costs, revenues, and assets and liabilities are allocated to Kentucky Retail and how they affect the company's overall cost of service, the bottom line rate increase in the retail jurisdiction.
But in terms of the company's application, Section 5, Exhibit 1, and that's the jurisdictional cost of service, it seemed as though you're also distinguishing that a bit from the notion of a class cost of service.
Yeah, absolutely. Class cost of service has a bunch more, we step past the financial and accounting, just having those largely driven by that data. We then get into a lot of, again, total class level detail. We start, just think of it as taking the jurisdictional cost service and slicing it thinner down to the classes and using that to attempt to assign cost responsibility and how we spread the revenue increase. And then based on some of the information that comes out of that, we use that as an informative way of designing rates. It's not an absolute. If it was an absolute, there would be a $20, $25 energy charge. Kilowatt hours here. You'd have a 2-cent energy rate in the residential class, and everything else would be demand and customer based. That obviously isn't the case. It's the case in Tariff IGS. So again, it's informative.
Well, is it correct that for a utility such as Kentucky Power Company, not all customers have the same characteristics?
That's exactly true for every utility. There is no two customers that are exactly the same all the time, and that's why rates are averages, and you generally put customers in general homogeneous groups when designing rates. I mean, look at general service. There is a great deal of different customers in that. Same as the residential class. You have customers at various sizes of homes living in different areas, some with electric heat, some with gas heat, some with propane, some with different lighting investments, some that are customer generators.
Well, I think you just answered 3 of my next questions, and we'll move to something that you may have partially answered, a 4th question. So it is your testimony that customers with distributed generation have different characteristics than customers without distributed generation.
Absolutely not. They're residential customers. Their usage patterns are, on average, they are the same as every other residential customer. They have just made the decision to place generation behind their meter. So that changes, again, load's the same on average. Those characteristics are, just however now there's a net difference during times of the day when the customer's generator is running.
Well, and I don't want to belabor the point too much. You're saying that there's the same, except they're the same except for to the extent that they're different.
Yeah, I'm not going to agree with you there. It's their load in general is the same. It's no different than a customer that has a storage water heater. They charge up something or any other time of use device. Maybe someone has their pool heater running on a timer, to change their load. Again, rates are averages, and their load is the same, right? They have just chosen to interject generation into their net billing, because of whatever their reason for doing so is.
In terms of rate design, in general terms again, is it correct that rates are designed to assign each customer class the portion of the company's revenue requirement to be collected from that customer class?
That's kind of done before rate design, right? When the general steps are, you determine the overall revenue requirement for the jurisdiction. You then come up with some sort of revenue spread or cost assignment that's generally informed by the class cost of service, and there's all kinds of detail there, and how you spread the revenue, how you eliminate subsidies between classes, and then you design rates. So rate design is more described as how you collect the class revenue requirement from within that class.
Okay. And the record will speak for itself in terms of what that question was, but it's that the rates are designed, again, as you're saying, that the rates are designed to collect from each class a portion of the company's revenue requirement.
That's right.
Okay. So, and you've touched upon this, there can be a difference between the portion of the company's revenue requirement assigned to the customer class through rate design as compared to the results of a cost of service study with regard to that customer class.
Again, your question's a little off. We're not assigning class revenue requirements in rate design. We've already done that when we get to rate design. We're then determining how to collect that from the class. You've already determined what the class should pay. You're then using rate design to collect that amount. It doesn't determine that amount.
Okay. I think I understand that we're saying something in a different way, but I think I understand where you're coming from on that. So in terms of your definition, a subsidy occurs when the revenue requirement for a customer class that's going to be collected through the rates is less than the revenue requirement for that customer class if the rates were based solely on the results of a cost of service study.
Yeah, so we in the class cost service study, we determine what each class is earning, and then we look at what they would be earning if we equalized all the returns, and the difference there is considered an inter-class subsidy, right? So you have one class of customers paying more than they would at an equalized rate of return in lieu of another class paying that. So yeah, that's a subsidy, correct. And then an intra-class subsidy happens when, because of the rate design or other characteristics in that class, you have customers paying more within that class or less than their fair share. Inter and intra, yes.
So in your opinion, who benefits from a subsidy?
The party receiving it financially benefits.
Do parties other than the party receiving the financial benefit, do they gain any benefits from a subsidy?
Do you have a specific example?
Just in general.
I'm not going to weigh in on that, no.
Okay. Kentucky Power has proposed a specific rate design, proposed specific rates to address an alleged subsidy, but do you have a distributed generation cost of service study that identifies that subsidy?
So two parts to your question there, and I reject the premise of it. We're not just designing the avoided cost rate for avoidance of a subsidy. It does help reduce a subsidy, but we are proposing NMS2 and the avoided cost rate to comply with the new law in Kentucky for how net metering works. Volumetric one-to-one net metering is no longer under the law, as I understand it, how net metering works. It states it is a financial netting of the dollar value of the customer generator's generation and the dollar value or the dollar charges for that customer's load, the cost to serve that. So that's the answer to the first part. And can you repeat the second part of your question?
Do you have a distributed generation cost of service study that's used as support for identifying any alleged subsidy?
Yeah, I absolutely do. We've provided all kinds of data on what that distributed generation is worth from a load reduction standpoint. That is the cost of service. If you reduce 1 kilowatt hour of load, what is it worth? And that's included in my direct testimony. I think it's Exhibit 3. Where we come up with those net the compensation rates, right, for energy, avoided capacity, and energy adjusted for distribution losses and transmission losses, generation capacity value, and then avoided fixed transmission costs. And that is then modified by the updates I make in my rebuttal testimony. I think that's rebuttal exhibits R5 and R6. But that is absolutely what the cost of that distributed generation is, its cost of service.
Well, with regard to Part A of that question, I'm not going to ask you to interpret a Kentucky statute. In terms of a hypothetical question, for a group of customers paying an effective rate of 10 cents per kilowatt hour, if the cost of service study showed that the cost to serve that customer was 8 cents per kilowatt hour, under your definition, does that create a subsidy?
So again, hypothetically, if a customer is not paying its cost of service, or it's being paid for something that more value than it's worth, yeah, I'll generally agree that that's a subsidy. And yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. And again, a very basic question. There can be a difference, and frequently is, there can be a difference between average usage and peak usage. Is that correct?
Yeah, there is, and again, that has been incorporated in everything we've done in this proposal, and your residential rates, as well as your other rates. They are based on averages and billing units, and test your data to come up with that. And to the extent that there's peak measures versus average measures in NMS2, we've compensated for that through the valuation of the avoided cost rate.
Okay. With regard to the peak periods, is it fair to characterize the peak period as the period that corresponds with the highest usage on the customer system? The highest usage on the company's system?
No, it's not. There's a lot of different peak measures. For example, the company has to provide for a generation capacity obligation based on PJM's peak. So it's our peak, company's peak at the time of that. We've had a lot of 1 CP, 12 CP talk here this week with transmission peak requirements, and then you get down to the distribution system, and then you're looking at like a class non-coincident peak. Again, at that point in time, for the company at least, in the residential class, there's a lot of months where that is early in the morning when it's dark and cold, because we are an electric heating peaking company. So you can't just simply say that it is the time, again, from a cost of service standpoint, from an avoided cost standpoint, when the company's load is at its highest, because it has to be relative to something that causes costs.
Well, if we go back to something that you said a little bit earlier in your testimony, you were discussing I believe one of the things you identified was a pool heater. You talked about time of use. If a customer shifts load away from peak periods, is that one way to lower peak usage?
Yeah, again, like I said, it depends on what peak you're evaluating, if it's a distribution peak or a generation peak or a transmission peak. But Yeah, that's the whole purpose of providing off-peak tariffs, or I'll put a plug in for our electric vehicle charging companion tariff here. You know, we're providing a rate schedule there for customers who would adopt EVs to charge their car off-peak. You know, and those hours are in that tariff to avoid adding additional fixed costs on the cost-causing peaks.
When you see someone, and again, we'll go back to your example, if you see someone who, whether it's the electronic charging of a vehicle or the heating of a pool, all other things equal, does that shift in usage lower the cost to serve that customer class if they're moving it away from peak usage?
No, not necessarily. Again, it depends on the cost-causing peak, right? You have peaks for cost allocation, and you have cost-causing peaks. If you reduce a cost-causing peak, it saves the company's cost of service money. It saves all customers money, and that is what we have valued in the NMS2 avoided cost rates. Now, then when you get to class cost of service peaks, you do not avoid costs at that point. You simply shift costs. And I've addressed that at great length in my rebuttal testimony, and the commission addressed that in the recent LG&E KU special contract solar case, and I make reference to that too. So it's a big distinction. You can't just generalize there, because there are certain peaks that when you shift them, dollars do not go away. They stay there. They just get pushed between classes.
Mr. Spinard, I don't mean to interrupt our cross-examination. I apologize. Your Honor, I just did want to note, we have been going for about 2 hours since our last break, and it sounds like Mr. Vaughn may need to get some more water. I was just going to inquire of Mr. Spinard about how much more cross-examination he thinks he has, and to suggest that perhaps we could take a break after his cross concludes, unless he has, a significant amount more. And I'm not trying to rush you, Mr. Spinard. I just
Here's
realized
what I was going to do, was to recess until Monday when Mr. Spinard completed his cross. But if he has another 30 minutes or so of cross-examination, we might as well just recess now and come back, because I expect that there will be several more hours of cross-examination of Mr. Vaughn before we're finished. So, Mr. Spinard, how close are you to completion?
Mr. Chairman, I probably am not halfway through, unfortunately, and that's...
Well, that's fine. I mean, everybody ought to take as much time as you need, complete your cross-examinations and all of that, but there's no point in going any further at this point. So let's just recess at this time, and then we'll come back into session at 9 a.m. on Monday morning and keep plowing along until we're finished. Okay, so Mr. Vaughn, you get rested up over the weekend. I suspect that
okay, thank you.
Your celebrity status here is probably put you in the crosshairs of all of these lawyers. All right, we'll be in recess until 9 a.m. Monday morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, just a quick question. Are we going to go all on Monday? I know I just wanted to check, since it's possible the interveners will start offering testimony.
If we get into the place where we're at 5 o'clock on Monday and we've got 2 or 3 more witnesses or so to go, there's no point in going any further. We might as, because we're going to have to talk about how we're going to brief and data requests. So I think let's just plan on going till 5 o'clock on Monday, and if we can finish, we can finish, and if we don't, we just come back Tuesday and keep going on it.
I just wanted to check, because it looks like timing-wise, my witness may go on potentially on Monday, and so I want to make sure she's available and that no scheduling issues arise.
Your witness is the next one up. So whenever Mr. No, I guess that's wrong, isn't it? The Attorney General has 3 witnesses.
Correct. But it's possible. So I'm holding out hope that she probably goes on Monday. So.
Well, I think that's probable. I mean, we've had the Attorney General's witnesses of these same 3 have testified before, and it's unlikely that they'll take the entire day. So I think it's a 99.9% bet that your witness will go on Monday.
That was my guess as well, Your Honor, and I wanted to make sure she sort of had timeframes for what the day would look like. I appreciate the clarification.
Okay, thank you. Anything else from
Your Honor.
anybody else? Anybody have a witness problem next week?
Your Honor, this is Ms. Glenn. I don't have a witness problem, but I do have a request perhaps for clarification or guidance. We have several witnesses, as you know, who are not local to Central Ohio, who have been here this week for the hearing and will be traveling back to Kentucky this weekend for the weekend. In the event that if the commission has a desire to recall any of those witnesses, I think we'd like them to be in Columbus on Monday. But if not, then I was going to suggest that they remain in Kentucky and watch the hearing there. So I guess what I'm asking is,
Well, I
does the
think it all
commission
depends on, I mean,
if
if someone wants to recall a witness, I mean, the witness has to be someplace where he or she can be available to testify, whether that's in Columbus or in Ashland or in Mr. Overstreet's office in Frankfurt. I don't think we care where the witness is as long as the witness is available to testify.
I understood, Your Honor. Maybe I was unclear. We care, I care, where our witnesses are. And so to the extent that we knew for sure that there were witnesses who would be recalled, I wanted to make sure that those witnesses knew they need to be in Columbus. If there are witnesses who definitely will not be recalled, I was not going to ask them to travel back.
Well, all I can tell you at this time, Ms. Bland, is that we don't know at this time what witnesses may be recalled and who may not. So, I mean, it's Kentucky Power's case, so I suspect if you wish whoever may be recalled to be in Columbus, you ought to have all your witnesses back in Columbus Monday morning. Okay?
Fair enough. Thank you for the clarification, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
I have
All
nothing
right,
further.
we'll be in recess until 9 a.m. Monday. Thank you all.